Thank you so much for the introduction, Erin. I really appreciate it. I'm really excited to be back with you guys today for the second part of our three-part training. We're going to be focusing today on emotion regulation, and this is, in my mind, really the heart of DBT skills and something that can be really transformative for our patients. So I'm really looking forward to sharing this with you all today. I wanted to get started with a mindfulness activity today. And I know we're going to be getting to some housekeeping stuff after our mindfulness. I'm trying to stick to the format that I would usually use in a skills training group. So we always start with mindfulness. But quick housekeeping that might be helpful. If you have any feedback, questions, or want to have any type of dialogue following the mindfulness, we will have a few minutes to do so. I invite your feedback, and you can either enter feedback or questions in the Q&A section, or you can raise your hand, and we do have the ability to unmute you to be able to have conversation back and forth for a little bit more of an interactive feature during our remote COVID times. So I will look forward to hearing from you guys. So for our mindfulness to get started today, this is an emotion identification mindfulness. This is a worksheet that I found as a free worksheet on the internet. It's one that I've used in groups a lot that people seem to like, and you can find it pretty easily. And what I'd encourage you to do is take a moment, get into a comfortable position. And I want you, assuming that you can see the names of the emotions listed on the screen, I want you to go through each of the emotions in your head that are listed and identify which ones you are feeling right now. Just noticing and moving on to the next emotion. We're going to take about 1.5 to 2 minutes to do that. It's not going to be a huge amount of time. If you get to the end of the list before the time is up, I want to encourage you to restart at the top and see if there's any changes in what you're noticing about your emotions as you go through for a second time. So let's go ahead and get started. And when you're ready, go ahead and bring your awareness back to the space around you and back to our conversation. I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A at the moment. I will certainly walk through, though, how I would typically process this with people in a group setting. First step is for me to ask, how many people, by show of hands, experienced or noticed more than 3 emotions? How many noticed more than 5? More than 10? And we talk about what that experience was like noticing those emotions, whether they were aware that they were experiencing that many emotions moving into this exercise, and kind of normalize the experience of experiencing more than one emotion at a time, some of which can be very conflicting. So this is one of my favorite activities. I have many. This is one that is typically pretty well enjoyed by participants. And some of the people that I've worked with have even found this to be a really good grounding exercise for times when they need to orient themselves to the present and be able to get their feet on the ground. We're going to move on. So we are in part 2 today in the 3-part skills training workshop. We've already completed part 1, which was on mindfulness and distress tolerance. And we have one more training after today towards the end of this month. I'll look forward to seeing you guys there as well. Not seeing you, but talking with you. And that final training is going to be focused on a brief review of mindfulness in a little bit of a different context and interpersonal effectiveness. Our objectives for today: we're going to continue our work on the clinical foundations for DBT skills training. That is something that I was in my mind going to get through in its entirety in the first part of the training, and that totally didn't happen, which is a really common occurrence in any skills training session. You start out with an outline of what you intend to get through, and you don't always get there. So when that happens, you roll it over to the next session and you keep going. Keeping a focus on what's important to teach and encouraging people to bear with you as that happens. So I'm going to ask for the same forgiveness from you guys that we didn't get to everything last time. I have lots of things prepared for us today in terms of clinical foundations. And if we don't get to all of that today, we still have one more training where we can address things. We are also going to be focusing on all of the key areas in emotion regulation. So understanding and identifying emotions, understanding the flow of skills that's necessary for changing unwanted emotions, being able to focus on self-care skills and reducing emotional vulnerabilities. We're also going to talk a little bit about the skills breakdown point and how that impacts the use of emotion regulation skills, which it does to a pretty huge degree. And we're going to be talking throughout the training about a number of different ways to apply these skills and different examples of metaphors to use and situations where they can be helpful. So I'm looking forward to this journey with you guys today. Our schedule for our training today, our first Q&A is going to be around 10:10 this morning on clinical foundations. I want to really encourage you guys as the training goes on to add any questions to the Q&A and or use the raise your hand option on your screen so that we can have a little bit of a dialogue about questions, which is a great added opportunity in addition to what we had last time. We're going to do a 10-minute break at 10:15. Q&A is going to happen again for about 5 to 10 minutes before our lunch break at 12:10. We've got a 40-minute lunch break. We will come back at 12:50. We'll do a Q&A before our last break at 1:50, and then a final Q&A before we close for the afternoon. I've really wrestled with how best to present all of this information because I'm not trained as a trainer. I'm trained as a provider of DBT. So you all get to go on a journey with me as I learn how to be a trainer for this as well. And that means sometimes doing some trial and error and seeing what works and what doesn't. I am going to focus our first section of the training on clinical foundations. Anything that we don't get to during that morning session before the 10:15 training, I'm going to hold over in case there's extra time at the end of the training, or we're going to roll it into the beginning of the next training. And I promise you, we will get to all of it before the third training is done. The remainder of our training after 10:25 is going to be focused on the emotion regulation skills. And I did not set a parameter around how many skills I wanted to get to in between each break, but there will be a question and answer period in between each break. And I'm going to do my very best to get through all of the emotion regulation skills before the end of the day today. Wanted to talk a little bit about lessons that we learned from part 1 of the training. We are in a new setting. I'm not in my office space, and I am so thankful that we have the opportunity to be in a new location where hopefully the bandwidth will not lead to freeze ups, and I've got some live support here with me, so that's a pretty cool thing. We're in COVID still, I know, and we still have changes or challenges, I apologize, around being able to make this as interactive as possible. I would personally love nothing more than to be able to have all of you here with me in person and see your physical reactions as I'm teaching this information. And unfortunately, that's just not a possibility right now. What we do have available to us is the new feature of being able to raise your hand, and we can unmute you for questions so that we can have a little bit of a dialogue back and forth. Wanted to talk a little bit about the dialectic for assigned readings. I completely get, you have no idea how much I get that all of you are incredibly busy and that we didn't exactly give you like a huge amount of time to get all of the readings done before the first training. And as a first-time trainer in DBT Skills, just never really crossed my mind that you all might want some guidelines around how and when to do the reading. So I apologize for that. Being able to get to the readings is really important. And you will be able to learn and pick up things in the readings that might make more sense after you hear them in the training, if you can't get to them before the training, and vice versa. So I encourage you to keep plugging away at those and do what you can. Don't give up on it just because the trainings are over. Being able to read all the way through the manual can be really important and can really boost your practice. I've also done a lot of work on trying to pare down my slides. We got some feedback that there was just too much information in the slides. And I put a lot of stuff in there thinking that my personal pet peeve is going to a training and knowing that the trainer said something and then not being able to find it in the slides afterward and not remembering exactly what it was they said. I did work a little bit on paring things down on this training, and having already completed my prep work for the third training, I can tell you that that's pared down significantly more from what this even is. And this is a work in progress, and we're going to do our best to balance between me talking to you, and I promise you it is not my intent to talk down to anyone by reading from the slides and assuming that you can't read, because I totally know you can. This is about just trying to make sure that you guys have access to information after the training that can be helpful to you. We already talked about the timing and how things are going to go with the schedule today, so I'm going to skip over that. I've also referenced the fact that I have not gone through a train the trainer training, which is a thing. And I have never gone through public speaking training either. So I'm going to do my best. I'll continue to do my best. I'm also aware after watching the videos and getting some feedback that I say a lot, and that can be really distracting for some people. I'm trying my best to be aware of that. I'm also aware that is a placeholder for me when I'm trying to search for thoughts and not meant to be distracting. If it has that impact, I apologize. I wanted to address that in that way because that's a way that I address therapy interfering behaviors in sessions with patients as well. In DBT, when we address therapy interfering behaviors, it's not just about the behaviors of the patients that interfere with therapy, but also the behaviors of the therapist, which can be just as disruptive to the therapeutic process. So I appreciate the feedback. I take it into consideration. And just like I tell my patients, I'm going to say I do the best that I can. I will continue to try and improve. And I'm not going to be perfect. I'm human. As much as I'd love to be Superwoman sometimes, I'm human. And I'm going to do my best to be aware of these things. All right, we have a poll to get started today. Just looking for some feedback and information from you guys on what you are looking to get out of the training. Erin, I'm wondering if that's available to people with the poll. So you should see that coming up on your screen in just a second. If you could take just a second, being aware that I did the thing again, and I'm going to keep working on that. If you could take just a second to respond to the poll, just looking for some feedback about what types of things you guys are looking to get out of today's training? What would be the most helpful focus for you? And who's out there, out in internet land today? So initial responses, we've got more than 75% of you have responded already. Looks like some people are looking for a basic understanding. The majority of you, more than half, are looking to better understand how you can use some of the skills to supplement your existing practice. And we do have a token few of you who are looking for refreshers about what you already know about emotion regulation, or who are looking to implement a formalized DBT skills training group or a comprehensive DBT program. I know I provided reminders in the last training, and I want to provide an additional reminder in this training. For those of you looking to start or engage in a formalized DBT skills training group or comprehensive DBT program, highly encourage you to seek additional training above and beyond what you're receiving in this 3-part training series, because this is not going to cover everything that you need, especially for a comprehensive DBT program. Skills training is 1/4 of a comprehensive DBT program. And the trainings in particular were provided by Marsha Lenahan's company, Behavioral Tech. I do not work for them. I receive nothing for saying anything about them. I did do my intensive training through them, and they were fantastic and hugely comprehensive, and was like going back to grad school times 20. So I highly encourage it if you have the opportunity. It can really do amazing things for your practice. All right, so we're going to start with clinical foundations, and let's see how far we can get before we need to go to our Q&As at about 10 after 10. I wanted to start by talking about therapist consultation teams. This is one of the most frequent questions that I get about doing comprehensive DBT, and it is also a really important piece of even just doing skills training, and doing DBT informed care can hugely benefit from it. Consultation teams are 25% of a comprehensive DBT program, and they function for the purpose of supporting clinicians. Patients never see the consultation teams. They support clinicians in learning, troubleshooting, and increasing motivation to provide DBT. Through the consultation I received and the training I received, they talk about this as therapy for the therapist, and not therapy like you're working through all of your issues, but therapy like what's getting in the way of being able to do what you need to do in therapy, and how can we support each other to decrease those barriers? What do you need in order to get through this? Time limitations are an issue for everyone. I'm going to say almost everyone, because there are some people who have that luxury of time is not as much of a limitation, and be grateful for that if that's your case. 95% of us have huge time limitations, whether we're in a clinic setting, a residential setting, a private practice even. It is important to get creative about how you're finding and making time for your consultation team meetings. Whether you're using lunch breaks a couple days a week, whether you are finding time before or after work to get together, whether you are able to talk with managers or supervisors or with yourself if you're self-employed about setting aside an hour to 2 hours per week to make carved out consistent time for consultation team meetings. What is a consultation team? A consultation team is going to be made up of 2 or more clinicians who are participating voluntarily. So this is not, hey, I think your practice needs to be better, I'm going to put you in this consultation team. This is clinicians who want to get together and are are willingly participating. They are agreeing as a part of their participation to attend meetings regularly. This is not a sometimes when I have time, if I don't have other things to do type of a thing. This is a, if I'm going to sign on for this consultation team, I'm making a commitment that I'm going to be there for my team and for my own practice. And not just when I need it, but I'm going to be there to support my team members as well. Ideally, consultation teams are going to meet at least once a week for 1 to 2 hours. And if there's the ability to meet more often, there is frequently not a lack of information to discuss in consultation team meetings. Important for all clinicians participating in consultation team to have skin in the game. This is not for people who are interested in DBT but don't practice it, because armchair team membership in the consultation team is not going to allow for being able to give real life examples of how you're using things. And it makes it much easier to make judgments about how things should be based on what you read in the book or heard it in a training versus what things are like with feet on the ground. Also really important that all team members make and renew commitments to learn and apply DBT. A really important function of the DBT consultation team is to hold team members accountable for, are you doing DBT? Like, that sounds like a great idea what you're doing, but is it DBT? Because there's a lot in DBT to learn, and there are skills to address a lot of different things. And being able to acknowledge what's DBT and what's something different is also really important. Areas of focus for consultation team meetings. Being able to practice skills. If you have never taught a skill before, you can practice teaching it to your team members. Being able to identify barriers to learning and applying DBT. So, what's getting in the way of you being able to address this with this person, or what's making it difficult to teach this skill, and how can we talk about it here and problem solve for that so that it's less of a barrier? Providing encouragement and positive feedback for your team members so that they want to keep doing DBT. Because if consultation team becomes, my DBT is better than your DBT, and we're trying to one-up each other, it's not a place where we want to be or something that we're eager to be involved in. This is a place to encourage efforts that are being made and invite feedback from our team members about how we can improve, because we all can. Spoiler alert there, even if we've had some pretty extensive training. Moving on, wanted to just make a quick note about the skills training handouts and worksheets. This book. Really important to make sure that your patients have access to the handouts and worksheets during your sessions. You can run copies of the handouts from the spiral bound book. You can also print copies from the electronic version. And patients can be encouraged. I know there are financial limitations for a lot of them, and I've honestly been surprised at how many patients have, without my prompting, gone out and bought their own book. But they can be encouraged to do so. It's not horribly expensive, and it gives them the full set of handouts to be able to reference whenever they need it. There are instructions. I know we had some challenges for people trying to access the electronic version of the handouts and worksheets during the last training. There are instructions on how to access the electronic version in the skills training manual. And it's on page XI, Roman numeral 11, titled How to Use This Book. There are several references to the website you can go to create a free account and download the electronic versions of the handouts and worksheets. Highly encourage you as well to have extra copies on hand, even if your patient has their own book or you have a group where you've already handed out all of the handouts and worksheets. People forget to bring them, and it can be really hard to do skills training if they don't have access to them in person. So having a few extra copies on hand never hurts. Want to also encourage all of you to please have the handouts from emotion regulation readily available today during our training, because we will be following those step by step. And I am not able to post them on my slides just because of copyright issues. So I want you guys to have access to those as we move on. Note about the teaching notes. These are available in the skills training manual, as well as in electronic form with the electronic version of the handouts and worksheets. They are meant as a guide. They are really extensive. There's a lot of examples. There's a lot of information. There is no expectation that you're going to use every piece of the teaching notes for one session. In fact, it is not possible to teach all of the information there in one session. So the idea is to assess your patients, to know your patients, and to know what they're going to relate to best and what's best going to speak to their needs, and to tailor your curriculum for that day to their needs rather than trying to fit everything in and having unrealistic teaching expectations for yourself. You can, especially for adults, where the idea is to have 2 full rounds through the entire curriculum, you can plan to teach different stuff from those handouts the second time around. And you do have the opportunity, if you see patients in individual sessions, to expand on the information that was taught if there's additional things that you couldn't teach in group or in the individual skills training session that you think they would benefit from. I really encourage you to review the teaching notes as well as the handouts in detail before each session, especially as you're learning the skills yourself. And then make your own notes about what parts of them you want to use. It can help to really guide the progression of things. And the curriculum, as we're going to talk about in a minute, is pretty jam-packed. It's tough to get through everything that's expected in a session in the time that you have allowed. So being able to have things outlined and have a clear understanding of things ahead of time can really pave the way to getting through what you need to. I also really encourage, and this is a DBT thing as well, that you practice what we call radical genuineness. This is about being yourself and not trying to pretend to be someone that you're not trying to pretend that you really love the way that something's worded in a handout if it doesn't make sense to you. It is okay to add your own spin on things and to provide your own examples. And in fact, that's really encouraged in DBT because it makes things more relatable for your patients. If they can see you as a human being who has opinions about things and doesn't just follow blindly and drink the DBT Kool-Aid. And also, it helps them to latch on to stories, which people remember a lot better than they do just pure facts. So I wanted to talk about how to choose a curriculum in DBT, especially if you're looking for more of a formalized skills training group or individualized formal skills training. If you check out the DBT Skills Training Manual, there is an outline for a 24-week curriculum found on page 110, which is what we're mostly going to be following today. And it is what I follow from most of my adult groups. For our trainings in this 3-part series, I have also added in some additional skills aside from those foundational skills in that 24-week curriculum that I regularly teach because I find them helpful, if not critical, to teach to some of my patients. For adults, standard DBT skills training is going to involve 2 24 to 26 week cycles. For adolescents, we're looking at 1 24 to 26 week cycle with the addition of skills for walking the middle path. And adolescent groups are not typically held with just the identified patient. They're held in a multi-family group format involving 1 or more family members of the identified patient with that patient at the same time. For adolescents, there is a curriculum available in the skills training manual for adolescent use. You can absolutely use it, and it's not best practice for adolescents. The DBT Skills Manual for Adolescents by Rathison Miller is going to be your best practice for adolescents. And heads up, the handouts and the worksheets are different. The skills are largely the same, but the layout is different, the wording is different. So I really encourage you that if you work with that population and you're planning to use that manual, that you take the time to also review that manual in detail that includes its own teaching notes, because it's just different and it can disorient you if you're not used to looking at those particular handouts. Pages 110 to 122 in the skills training manual are going to give you a number of different alternate curriculums that are all evidence-based. They've all been researched for different patient groups. And I encourage you to check those out if you're doing DBT with non-traditional patient groups, or if you're looking for something a little bit different than standard DBT. That doesn't mean that you can't mix and match as per what you feel is going to meet the needs best of your patient group. It just means that that is evidence-based and it's what's got research behind it. We'll be talking hopefully today a little bit more about collecting your own data and measuring outcomes, which can also be really helpful if you're looking for information on how the way that you are formatting your own curriculum affects patients. Let's see, just a note about DBT-informed treatment. It is absolutely possible to present skills in a piecemeal, as-needed type of a basis, picking and choosing what you need at the time that you need it. It is really important, though, to keep in mind that that is a great supplement to traditional therapy, and it is not evidence-based, which just means that there hasn't been a standardized set of research on how effective it is or isn't. And it's only going to be as effective as the therapist who's teaching it and the type of therapy that you're doing to begin with. So I do use this all the time as a supplement to my more traditional form of eclectic therapy. And it's something that I want you to be aware may not give you the same outcomes that a standard DBT curriculum would. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the importance of orienting patients to what to expect from skills training, especially for patients with a trauma history, patients with really disordered emotion regulation or interactions with others, such as those with borderline personality disorder. Being able to orient sufficiently to what to expect and what your expectations are of them during skills training can go a long way toward decreasing their anxiety level about the type of work that you're doing, as well as decreasing unwanted therapy interfering behaviors that you then have to play catch up with later on. So you want to take time to orient your patients to goals of skills training, expectations about their behavior, and the structure of what to expect in skills training. You want to talk to them about why we're doing it to begin with. Why the heck are we making you sit through a half a year or a year of skills training? Because wow, that's a really long time. talk with them about what the skills do and the difference between skills training and a more process-oriented group, which most of them are going to be more familiar with if they've either been in groups before, seen them on TV, or participated in like 12-step programs or self-help groups. This is not a place to vent. This is going to be much more closer in nature to a classroom setting or a college course than it is to a process-oriented therapy group. We want to keep the focus in skills training on seeking input from the trainer as well, trainers, because in DBT we have two ideally, unless we just have one patient. But keeping the focus on seeking input from trainers as well as other group members, which can sometimes be like amazingly appropriate and so much more on target than what I could ever do as a skills trainer, because they're living it. And this is a time to seek input. It is not a time to say, you know what, you guys, I had a horrible week. You got to hear about what happened, but it was really rough. I don't want any feedback about what I could have done better because you know what, I'm just doing the best I can. Maybe for individual therapy, not for skills training group, and not for structured individual skills training sessions, because it takes away from the purpose of the sessions. Really important, especially if you're going to be having a group setting for skills training, that you are being clear with all patients involved about how you will be managing crises, how they should be managing crises, and whether it's okay for them to have contact outside of group, and how much policing you're going to do of that. My personal take is I am not interested in policing contact between skills members. And if they're going to choose to be in contact with one another, then they need to know what's appropriate and inappropriate response to someone contacting them if they're in crisis. And they need to know that anything they discuss with another group member is fair game for discussion in group. To try and cut down on that, I'm going to tell you this, but don't tell anyone else I said it. We want to always orient patients that if someone contacts them when they're in crisis, that they are referring them back to their individual therapist, that they are encouraging them to use their safety plan, and that they are not expected to provide therapy for that person. They are not the therapist. The only caveat I would make to that is if someone is disclosing that they have already harmed themselves in some way, or if they have an immediate plan to do so, that you're maybe calling 911 for them to make sure that they're going to be safe. And above and beyond that, you're referring them back to their therapist and their safety plan. Important to also keep in mind the contagion effect of discussion of suicidal thoughts or actions in a group setting. And I always orient my patients, we do not discuss suicide, suicidal thoughts, or suicidal actions in group. Individual therapy, absolutely, we address that as a target behavior. And if you need feedback in group about how to address those types of thoughts or behaviors in a more skillful way, I ask that you label those as target behaviors rather than say, I had suicidal thoughts, or I cut myself, or I tried to harm myself or kill myself. All right. If you are doing skills in a more piecemeal fashion using DBT informed treatment, I do always recommend that you consider orienting your patients to the fact that these are skills from a larger curriculum, and learning the skills in isolation can absolutely have benefit, and they're going to make a lot more sense if you understand the context in which they're taught. So being able to let them know, like, I'm going to do this because we don't have access to a full DBT group or a full DBT program right now. And this is the best that I can offer you, even though I know in an ideal world, we'd like to be able to do comprehensive DBT. But being able to discuss the pros and cons with them so that they're making a decision with you to do that rather than just taking in that information can help to keep them on more of a level playing field with you than you doing DBT to them. All right. Just a brief review of the structure of our skills training sessions. I use this structure for both individual structured skills training and for group skills training. We always start with a mindfulness activity, and this is going to be a different mindfulness each week so that you keep people interested and engaged. And I promise you, you will never find a mindfulness that everyone is going to be okay with. So at least if you do one this week that people are like, that was a flop, I kind of hated that mindfulness, then next week there's a chance that it might be better. And they don't get in the habit of just tuning out when mindfulness gets started. We're going to take 3 to 5 minutes for mindfulness at the beginning of group, and we're going to process for a little bit of time afterward. Sometimes if the conversation is great about the mindfulness processing, I'll let it go as long as 10 minutes. Otherwise, I keep it to 5 minutes or so. We do some check-ins of the nature of, what was that like for you guys? How did you experience that? Is there anything that you noticed that you'd like to share about that? And I do some sharing about what my experience was with the mindfulness as well, because 9 times out of 10, I'm going to do the mindfulness with my patients. I'm not just going to work on my progress notes or work on getting my curriculum in order while they're practicing mindfulness. I want to model for them that this is an important practice, and it's important enough that I'm going to do it too. We're then going to move on to reviewing any housekeeping items that are relevant, reminders to shut cell phones off or silence them, reminder to step out of group if they need to make or receive a call. And through trial and error, I have learned that having an agenda visible to the group or to the individual can be really helpful, because they sometimes help me to pace things. And if I get long-winded or I get off in the weeds on something, which I sometimes do, they can say, hey, Nikki, there's other stuff that we've got to get to. Did you want to make sure we get to that? And they can be hugely helpful in that way. We're then going to move into homework review. Homework review is a really important part of DBT skills training, just as important as teaching the new skills, because this gives them the opportunity to practice the skills outside of session, come back and say, here's what worked, here's what didn't work. Because otherwise we assume like maybe it worked, but if we don't actually talk about it and troubleshoot for what didn't work, there could be some colossal train wrecks going on that lead patients to say, like, I'm never using that skill again, where 3 or 4 minutes of coaching on that skill might make all the difference in the world for them. So homework review is going to be really critical. We do want to be aware of pacing for homework review, though, because there is the potential for homework review to get really long-winded, especially where there's some patients who want to barely share anything at all and you got to like pry it out of them, and others who want to talk for the entire group. And that's just a personal difference. So I found it really helpful to limit homework review to a maximum of 5 minutes per patient if we're in a group setting, and a maximum of 15 minutes if I'm one-on-one with a patient. We're going to spend, whether it's individual or group, at least a half an hour introducing new material. That is the minimum amount of time that you want to be able to cover the bare minimum and to be able to get through the handouts as best as possible. You're going to be looking to your curriculum in the skills training manual, and it's going to outline for you. Session 1, here are the handouts you need to address. session 2, these are the next ones, and so on. So you want to loosely be following that outline and being aware that if there are things you didn't get to from the last session, you're going to fit them in this time. There are some weeks that are lighter on information than others. And there are other weeks where you'll look at the curriculum and go, there is no way on God's green earth that I am getting through all of these handouts today. And that's okay, because there is room to catch up later on. Be flexible, be willing to go with what works. At the end, you want to leave about 5 minutes for assigning homework and answering any related questions. I always like to stick around to talk with patients after group if possible for at least 5 or 10 minutes in case somebody's struggling. Somebody missed group last week and they need more handouts. Somebody needs to check in about something that just didn't make sense to them or is having an issue with another group member. That can be a really helpful time to do that. So a little bit of discussion about self-disclosure in skills training. DBT is really different from other forms of therapy in that DBT actually really encourages self-disclosure by the therapist or the skills trainer and the co-facilitator. Not for the purpose of getting therapy from your patients, and not for the purpose of dumping lots of information on them that they're like, whoa, what do I do with that? But for the purpose of illustrating examples of what you're teaching in a more understandable way. There is actually neuroscience that supports that our brains are hardwired to remember stories more effectively than facts. So the more you can weave stories into things, not like huge drawn out ones, but a 2 or 3 minute story that's going to support what you're teaching, the more effectively your patients are going to remember what you said. Stories and personal examples can also make you as a clinician seem more human and relatable rather than like the DBT guru. Oh, they know all the skills, so obviously their life is perfect and that's some unattainable thing because I'm never going to get there. Spoiler alert, DBT trainers and clinicians do not have perfect lives. And we use skills ourselves. I teach this stuff because it works and because I use it and because I find it helpful. And the more I can remind my patients of that, the less put off they're going to be by me teaching them all of these skills. I already talked about the fact that self-disclosure is never for the purpose of the clinician receiving therapy, or in circumstances where there are clear reasons for not disclosing. I want to be super careful, especially with patients who have trauma histories, but for anyone. If I have a trauma history myself, and there was a way that I used DBT to help with that, I'm going to steer away from disclosing all the gory details of my own personal trauma, because patients might not be able to handle that information without being triggered. And this is not about putting my stuff on them. This is about giving them the information that they would need to understand how to apply the skills. Can also be really helpful, and this was coaching that I received during my time in training that I found really helpful. This is not just about disclosing how you used the skills in ways that were helpful and how you're so perfect at using the skills, but also giving examples of times when you tried using the skills and it was a train wreck and it flopped and it did not go well. And what you did to look back at that and say, what the heck happened there? And why didn't this skill work? And what can I do more effectively next time? Can also help to give patients encouragement that you are not some high and mighty DBT god, that you are a human being too. And that you make mistakes and you don't always use the skills perfectly either. Don't make that every example, because then they start to question, like, do you really know what you're talking about? And that can be a concern as well. But, you know, maybe 15 to 25% of your examples, you want to be about times where maybe it wasn't the most perfect skills use, and how did you get through that? Being able to ask for patient examples can be helpful as well, and this is why homework review in a group setting can be almost a magical experience, because I promise you, if one person is having an issue in group, there's at least 3 or 4 other people who are having the same issue and just refusing to talk about it. So being able to hear that other people are going through the same things can be hugely important to learning, to group cohesiveness, to feelings of belonging. Homework. Homework is a hugely important part of DBT. There are worksheets available at the end of each skills training module in the handouts and worksheets. I am purposely not going over all of the worksheets in our trainings because there are a lot of them. There are multiple worksheets for each skill in some cases, and it's really up to you to pick and choose which ones you think will best meet the needs of your patients and your own experience with those. There are some worksheets that are going to cover a lot of skills all in the same module. And there are other worksheets that are going to target one skill in particular. So keep that in mind. And worksheets can be a great way to kind of structure practice outside of sessions, but I want you to keep in mind and also really remind your patients as well that the purpose of homework is for them to practice skills outside of sessions. It is not for them to fill out a worksheet at the last minute. And whether or not they do fill out the worksheet, so long as they are practicing skills, that is getting at the heart of what I am hoping they get out of homework practice. Homework review, whether individual or group, is a time to reinforce successes. So I want to really provide encouragement for any attempt at using the skills. I'm going to pull out of somebody, even if they're saying, I didn't do anything, I didn't do the homework at all, I didn't fill out the worksheet. Okay, well, did you think about using the skills at all? Were there any times that were difficult that you could have used the skills? And what went on for you with that? And sometimes just through discussion, you can point out pretty effectively to people that, oh, here's several times that you used skills this week, even though you weren't aware of it. So we want to really reinforce those efforts and build on them, because we can't shape behaviors that aren't already there to begin with. We're going to also help them to problem solve for challenges. If they had a really hard time with a skill, it's not a time to say, like, wow, why didn't you get that right? What didn't I teach right with that? It's a time to say, I'm hearing that you had a really difficult time with this. What was difficult? What got in the way? And we're going to talk about that more in just a second. Already talked about the benefits of limiting time for homework review per patient. And I found that being clear about that ahead of time and orienting patients to the amount of time that they have for their individual homework review can really help them to structure what they're saying, rather than cutting them off a third of the way through what they were hoping to discuss. For this purpose, I have personally adapted, and this is not necessarily a DBT thing, but this is something I like to use, doing a number line check-in with patients in group or in individual homework review. We've also adapted this sometimes for therapist consultation teams. And I like to use the same parameters that are on the diary card. There are a lot of check-ins on the diary card of rate 0 to 5, the intensity of this. So I like to encourage patients to rate 0 to 5 their confidence with using the skills from homework, how they felt they did with it, and then their overall effectiveness over the past week in using skills in general, like their overall feelings that I had skills that I needed to manage the situations that I faced over the past week, with 0 being not at all effective or not at all confident, and 5 being, I am completely confident, I rocked this. So those number line check-ins can be a really helpful way to abbreviate those check-ins at the beginning of homework review. Anytime a patient says they didn't complete homework, or I didn't do the worksheet, we want to go to a missing links analysis. And I've got another slide on this, so don't panic if you're not familiar with this term. We're going to be talking about it. But this is a really appropriate way to address incomplete homework in group and to shape more desirable behavior and more effective behavior. We want to keep the focus during homework review on the intent of the homework. We don't want to be asking, like, can I see your homework sheet? Did you actually fill out your homework this week? We are not the homework police. This is about the intent of the homework being practicing the skills. How much practice did you get with this skill this week? And what might be more helpful next week in getting more practice? Again, we want to really point out instances, because there are a lot of times where patients will say, well, I didn't practice the skills. But then they start talking and you're like, that was mindfulness. That was an interpersonal effectiveness skill. Even though maybe it's something you didn't even teach yet, it can be helpful to point out their use of those skills so that they're aware and they start to be oriented to, oh, there's a skill for that. And then they can pay more attention to it in the future when you do teach it. Missing links analysis. So this is a structure. I love structure. It's a great thing. Once we have a structure, then we can push back on it. If we don't have structure, we're just like shooting in the dark all the time. So this is a structure for being able to address any behavior that was a wanted, skillful behavior that didn't occur. So this is perfect for addressing incomplete homework in a group setting. It is a non-judgmental way to do so that allows you to address it without harping on someone, without really putting them on the spot. This is going to be found in general handout 8 of your handouts and worksheets, titled Missing Links Analysis. This is an abbreviated form of the chain analysis, which you'll find in the handouts right before handout 8, that we use in structured individual sessions for DBT. And both are used for times when a skillful behavior, like completing homework, wasn't performed. So we want to kind of unravel and unwrap what led up to that not happening and be able to more effectively problem solve rather than just making assumptions about what may have happened and having our problem solving completely miss the mark. So we have 4 questions that we want to be asking, excuse me, in progression as we are doing our missing links analysis. If the answer is no for each of these questions, then we want to be asking the patient what got in the way and problem solve for it. And if the answer is no, then we just kind of stop there. If the answer is yes, then we move on to the next question. So the first question is, did you know what homework was due for today? Or as you'll see on the missing links analysis sheet, did you know what effective behavior was needed or expected? So did they miss group last week and they just didn't hear what was assigned? Did they have to leave early? Did they know what the homework was? If the answer is yeah, I knew what the homework was, then we ask, were you willing to do the homework? Were you having some willfulness around this? Like, I'm not doing that homework. I don't do homework. Or if the answer was yes, I was willing to do it, did you think about doing the homework? Did you remember to do it? If you didn't remember to do it, What can you do to problem solve for that? Would it be helpful to set an alarm or something in your calendar on your phone to remind you to do your homework? Is there something you can pair it with, like when you fill out your diary card every day, or when you get ready to go to therapy, that you look back on it? And then the last question is, if you did remember to do it, what got in the way when you thought about doing it? Were you in the middle of something else and then later on you forgot? What got in the way? I also want to jump back for just a second and say, if the patient says, no, I wasn't willing to do the homework, there is a protocol in DBT for addressing willful behavior. And there is a very detailed progression to it, the gist of which is to ask them, is this willfulness first? Does it feel like willfulness? And if they say, yeah, it is willfulness, and you're not going to get me to do homework, then to ask them, is the willfulness something you'd be willing to work on? Get their buy-in for working on it rather than just hammering on them for it. And if they are willing to work on it, ask them, are you perceiving a threat? Is there some threat you're perceiving in me assigning homework? And can we check the facts on that? Can I provide additional information that would be helpful so it doesn't feel so threatening? Or can we adjust the expectations to better meet your needs? We have priorities and skills training sessions to help us as skills trainers decide what is most important to attend to. Because in any given skills training session, individual or group, there are going to be 8 million things that come up that we could possibly attend to. And it is absolutely possible that if we just spend our whole skills training session putting out the fire du jour of the day, we are never going to get to teaching the skills or reviewing the homework. And for that reason, we want to make sure that we are really carving out this as sacred space. Skills training is sacred space where we and the patient both agree that we are going to focus on skills training. And if they have a need for addressing crises, that's going to happen through referral back to the individual therapist, or in your next individual therapy with them, or after skills training, or, there's a lot of different options for that. But we want to recognize that people who need skills training also experience a huge number of crises. And the temptation can be huge to just dive into them rather than getting to the skills. So our first priority in skills training is always going to be stopping behaviors that are likely to destroy skills training. Because patients who can't be in skills training are not going to benefit from skills training. So if there's someone who is having a crisis to the point where they can't even stay in the room, they can't listen to anything that's going on, or they're going to be so hugely disruptive to other patients that you can't conduct group, those are things that you're going to address in the moment. And that's where having a co-facilitator is really important in a group setting, because you don't want to leave 7 people in group to walk out and address a crisis with one person. And addressing their crisis may not be appropriate to do in front of all of the other group members. It might, and sometimes you do what you need to do, but this is where having a co-facilitator who can step out with this person can be really important and helpful. This is also where we're addressing attendance issues. This is where we're addressing patients who are saying they're going to drop out or that they're not going to do it. So, we are addressing these things directly. We're not letting them go, and we're not just pretending that they're not happening and teaching over top of them. That is priority number 1. Priority number 2 is teaching, strengthening, and generalizing skills. So we want to make sure that as long as people are there and they're safe and they're showing up and their ears are at least kind of open, even if it doesn't look like they are on the outside, like their head's down or their eyes are closed, unless even if someone falls asleep in group, I'm not going to wake them up unless it's going to be really disruptive to everyone else in group that they're sleeping. I might address that afterward as a therapy interfering behavior and make sure that my co-facilitator is maybe going over and tapping them, but I'm not going to call them out as the facilitator of the group. Our third priority is reducing therapy interfering behaviors. So these are things that are rarely addressed directly during skills training sessions. These are things like somebody doing something annoying that's being distracting to other people. These are things like showing up late to group, like rifling through papers nonstop and making lots of noise. And these are things that we can address in individual therapy and things that we can address after group if needed. All right, I'm being aware of the time. I don't think we're going to get to measuring outcomes right now, and that is the only slide that we didn't get to in the clinical foundation, so I'm pretty stoked about that. I want to jump to Q&A so that we can get to our break at 10:15. We've got a couple of different questions here. And I'm not seeing, Aaron, that anyone's raised their hand to actually dialogue. I don't know where I would be seeing that if they did. So I'm just going to read what's here and do my best. So I've got a question with individuals. Do you recommend we go through the skills as they are outlined for groups? Absolutely, yes. The curriculum is the same for individual versus group skills training. The only difference is that they're not going to get the benefit of hearing homework review from other group members. And the benefit is that they're going to get a lot more individualized teaching and homework review attention. But yes, it is the same curriculum. Another question, the way that they're presented in these trainings. Yes, so the way that the skills are presented in these trainings is the way that I teach skills in group and in individual therapy, individual skills training. So yes, to answer your question, this is the way that I teach skills in either setting. I've got another question. I apologize if this was just answered. I just stepped away from my computer for a moment. In part one, it was mentioned that the PowerPoints will be available, and I wondered if that would be available after part 3 or if it's been sent out, but I didn't receive it. And if we will have access to the recordings even for a short period of time. My understanding is that the recordings are going to be available on the Care Compass Network YouTube page. I actually went on this morning, and the first training is already available on the Care Compass Network YouTube page. And so you can feel free to check that out. Aaron, I'm wondering if you have any feedback around availability of the PowerPoint slides, where they can find those.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. That online.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we'll discuss that during one of the breaks, and I will definitely keep you guys posted on how to access those outside of our training. But I do think it would be really helpful for you guys to have those available as well. Additional question, I have read that there are worksheets online for those of us who have bought the DBT Skills training handout and worksheets, but I don't seem to be able to access them. If we're going to share the worksheets with clients and want to avoid the imperfect reality of photocopying a book, yeah, it costs a lot of money and it's annoying. How do we access the worksheets? I didn't buy my book from the publisher. I got mine from Amazon, so I don't know if that makes a difference. Doesn't make a difference. So you're going to go in your DBT Skills training manual. I'm going to look at mine right now. In the beginning, there is a page called How to Use This Book. It is page Roman numeral 11, XI. And under number 2 and number 3, it lists the same website to go to be able to set up a free account. I think it asks you to put in your email address and create a password, and that's all you need to do. That gives you electronic access to the handouts and worksheets, as well as the teaching notes. And you can print from those. It's a lot easier than photocopying from a spiral book, in my humble opinion. So let's see, another question. Is there a source of support similar to the therapist consultation team that is available to individual providers? I would say this is something that is really important to be reaching out to other clinicians and forming. There is, to my knowledge, in this area, no publicly available therapist consultation team. There is just what people put together and what works for them. I know for anyone who has the opportunity to do a DBT intensive training or a DBT foundational training, which is a training you do if you're already part of a DBT team, there is a function now for those trainings through behavioral tech where they pair you with other clinicians for a consultation team, and it costs money. If you have the ability to do this with other clinicians and put together your own consultation teams, I really highly encourage you to do this. All right, welcome back to the training. I apologize for the unexpected delay. My computer decided to run out of batteries during the break and had some great assistance to do some scrambling and find an outlet to plug it into. So I think we're good now. We're going to go ahead and move on with the training. Erin, if you wouldn't mind launching the polls. I've got 2 polls coming up now about mindfulness practice from your homework since the past training. I'm used to saying over the past week, but that's not right. And there's going to be another poll around your practice of teaching some of the distress tolerance skills. I want to really invite, as you are filling in your polls, I want to invite any questions or feedback that you guys have in regards to your homework from the last training. And that is in regards to your own mindfulness practice. That's in regards to your teaching of the distress tolerance skills. And that's in regards to keeping perspective on the importance of practicing skills. I want to invite you as well, if are any brave souls out there today who would be willing to use the raise your hand function and talk with me during our training to do a mock homework review. And I promise you, you don't have to have done your homework in order to do this. I recognize that takes an extra measure of courage if you didn't actually do your homework. And it is not a requirement that you did the homework in order to participate in the homework review with me. But I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to be able to see what a homework review looks like and what it can sound like and how you can address things with homework review. So we have a volunteer. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Brittany. And so I just wanted to, before we talk with Brittany, I wanted to go over the results for those of you who have responded to the polls. So for the mindfulness practice, it looks like a fair amount of you didn't do it at all. And some of you said I didn't do it intentionally, but there were a lot of ways that you were mindful. Some of you tried it, but you felt like you were doing it wrong. Some of you felt like it was too easy. A lot of you tried it and it seemed helpful, which is awesome. And then we have an other response, which I'm interested in. And let's see, also looking for the results of the distress tolerance. Is there a way to get that to come up, Erin?
For the other poll,
Yes.
I have to launch it. I can launch
Ah, so Erin is going to launch that other poll. And as that comes up, I'm wondering if we can get Brittany on the line and we will talk with you about your homework this week.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Nicole.
Echo. Hi, Brittany. Thank you so much for being our willing subject today. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So to get started with the homework review, talk to me about how you did with your homework since the last training.
Oh, I did really well, actually. I've been doing a lot of the mindfulness skills and practices within my own practice.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of feedback on my end, Brittany. I apologize.
Is this better?
Yes, that is so much better. I missed a little bit of the beginning. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, so I have been doing a lot of the mindfulness skills.
Nice. Oh, it's cut out again, Brittany. Gotta love technology. It works great when it works, and when it doesn't, it's frustrating. Are you there with us? Oh, can you hear us, Brittany?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay, awesome. I can hear you now.
Okay. I apologize.
That's okay. So I heard that you were able to practice lots of good mindfulness over the past week, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. In what way did you practice your mindfulness this week?
So I do a lot of meditation.
Uh-huh.
There is an app that I found that was recommended to me by someone else.
Uh-huh.
And it has a lot of content that's helpful with the mindfulness skills. It's called Insight Timer.
Uh-huh. I have had actually a
And
number of people mention that to me.
yes, it's great because it's free. You can use it on your laptop, your cell phone, have an app. Yeah, so
Very
I
cool.
really enjoyed that live content that they have, and the other resources they have that are pre-recorded.
Very cool. So it sounds like you had lots of opportunities to do a more structured mindfulness or meditation practice.
Yes.
Talk to me about your experiences since the last training with teaching the distress tolerance skills.
With teaching the distress tolerance?
Yes.
Let's see. I think I do that, but not necessarily as mindfully the way it pertains to DBT.
Okay.
But yes, I think that I incorporate portions of that and components of that within my own practice.
Okay, cool, cool. I'm wondering if you would be willing to humor me with a missing links analysis in terms of like a more mindful and purposeful practice of teaching the DBT distress tolerance skills. Would you be open to that?
Sure.
Cool, I appreciate it. So did you know that teaching the distress tolerance skills was something that was assigned as homework from the last training?
I completely forgot, actually. So as you were asking me, I was recognizing that I do it.
That happens. There was a lot of
necessarily-
information in
yeah.
that training, right?
Yes.
So if it's the case that you forgot, what do you feel got in the way of being able to remember? Did you write it down but not go back and look at it? Or were you busy wrapping up the training and didn't even think to write it down? Or what are your thoughts about that?
I think that second idea that you had, that I was busy wrapping up and did not write it down.
That totally makes sense. So we are actually going to have some homework from today's training as well. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about what might be most effective for you in terms of being able to attend to the homework assignment and remind yourself to practice it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually going, I have a sticky pad here
Cool.
right now. So I will be writing it down this time for sure.
You are prepared. All right. Very cool. So I just want to thank you so much for being our guinea pig today and practicing
No problem.
the homework review and the missing links analysis, which was actually a great example to use. And are there any other questions or feedback that you have on the homework?
I can't think of anything right now. No.
Okay, very cool. Thank you.
Thanks,
So
Nicole.
absolutely. I hope you enjoy the rest of the training. And
I will.
so Erin, and we're going to go ahead and mute you, I think, Brittany, and then we'll talk about the rest of the homework. Looks like for distress tolerance teaching, almost half of you didn't get a chance to practice, which is understandable. I know you guys are busy. Some of our attendees are college students, graduate students who may not have patients to practice with. I do want to encourage you guys as you are learning to teach skills, even if you don't have patients to practice with, make an intentional plan to practice teaching the skills to your family members, to your colleagues or your fellow students, and don't feel like you have to teach them just to patients the first time. I'd also encourage you to set an intention of maybe 1 or 2 sessions a week that you pull out a skill with a patient that you think could benefit from it and say, I've learned this new skill. Would you humor me in letting me teach this to you? And you can give me some feedback on whether it would be helpful for you or not, and whether you think it's something that you'd like to learn more about. Just doing that once or twice a week can actually give you a lot of different opportunities to be able to practice teaching the skills. So let's see, I'm just gonna check. Erin, the Q&As have all dropped from mine. I don't know if there are any Q&As remaining that addressed homework in particular, the mindfulness, distress tolerance teaching. She's shaking her head no. Okay. So without any further questions, we're going to go ahead and move on with our training. If you do have any questions you'd like to have answered in regards to the homework from last training, please feel free to type them into the Q&A and I will do my best to address those as we move on. So we're moving on to emotion regulation. This is a module that I love teaching because it just interests me to no end. It's so interesting to me. And I've had to learn to dial myself back a little bit because I've learned that not all of my patients are as excited about emotion regulation as I am. And I've gotten the feedback that that can be a little off-putting sometimes. So I'm gonna do my best to try and dial myself back today for you guys as well. And please keep in mind that I'm human. If I go a little over the top because this stuff excites me, I kind of geek out on it. Bear with me. So emotion regulation handout 1, and I'm going to open mine as well. I've got it bookmarked. I don't know if you guys can see, but I like to put some little post-it notes on the beginning of each section just so I can find them a little bit easier in my book. Handout 1 talks about the goals of emotion regulation. This is a really important piece of being able to, again, orient our patients to why we're doing this in the first place, because emotion regulation can be a little bit of a slugfest. So this handout is pretty straightforward, and we want to stay focused on the why piece. We want to be able to orient our patients that identifying what we're feeling is absolutely necessary for being able to change what we're feeling. Because we're going to get a lot of like, why the heck are you making me identify all these emotions? I don't have any interest in knowing what I'm feeling. My goal is to not feel them. And in order to get where we want to go, we first have to acknowledge where we are and the nature of where we are and what's going to be most helpful with it. We want to orient our patients that not all emotions are possible to prevent. They serve very specific purposes. And if they're serving a purpose, we might not be able to prevent them nor want to prevent them. So that said, there are a lot of emotions that can be prevented through awareness of triggers. In DBT, we call triggers prompting events. Treatment of vulnerability factors to painful emotions, and avoidance of those triggers or prompting events once we're aware of what they are. Emotions tend to be self-perpetuating. And the skills for changing unwanted emotions can be really helpful in interrupting that cycle and prompting new emotions. Emotional vulnerability is a whole set of factors that can contribute to painful emotions. And being able to learn the factors that lead to emotional vulnerability and what we can do about them can go a long way toward being able to manage our emotions more effectively, and as well as decreasing the emotional intensity when we do experience those emotions. We want to also orient them that intentionally building positive experiences and making sure that we're integrating long-term goals and clear values into our lives, that this can really increase the frequency of positive emotions and give us more opportunities to feel good, because this isn't just about getting rid of unwanted emotions, it's about replacing those unwanted emotions with more positive emotions and more prompts for those positive emotions. I want to talk for a minute about the context of emotion regulation. These skills can be really complex to use for us as skills trainers and for our patients when they use them. Use of any complex skills is not possible when we are beyond our skills breakdown point. So I want to say just a word about skills breakdown point, because I'm going to be talking about this much more extensively as we move on. Skills breakdown point is the point at which either we can't think of skills to use, or if we did try to use them, they wouldn't be effective because things are just too far gone. This is not the point at which we're melting down, blowing up, or shutting down. This is just the point at which we are sometimes quietly or covertly not able to be skillful. Emotion regulation skills that we're going to use for changing unwanted emotions are not skills that are going to be the most effective in the heat of the moment. They're complex. They sometimes take a long time to use and take a lot of thought and effort. They're going to be most effective to use either ahead of time before that anticipated event happens, or after the fact when we want to unpack like what the heck happened there and how can I do that differently the next time this type of a situation comes up for me. It is rarely practical in the heat of the moment to go, whoa, hold on, let me whip out my problem solving worksheet and I'll get back to you in just a minute. And that said, that doesn't mean that we can't always use our stop skill from distress tolerance, hit the pause button, step away from the situation and use some emotion regulation skills and then come back in a more effective way. I want to be clear as well that many, if not most people who have trauma histories develop a primary coping strategy of avoidance. And that is not just avoidance of situations, of people, of triggers. It is typically the emotions that those things trigger for them that they're actually looking to avoid. Please be aware that when we jump in with an emotion identification at the beginning of emotion regulation, this is a form of exposure therapy for patients who avoid being present with their emotions. And it can have a very destabilizing effect initially until they get to a point where they can work through some of those and develop tolerance for being present with them. I want to say that for patients who are prone to really big behaviors, have very complex trauma histories, the time when we get to emotion regulation in group is typically the time when I see them decompensating where they had been stable previously. And it can look like things are getting worse when in fact, this is a part of the process because things are just hard. It is hard to be present with painful emotions when everything in your body is screaming at you to run from them. And this is where we want to make sure that we're checking in with these patients more frequently and that we're coaching them as needed on distress tolerance and grounding strategies as needed. We do want to take a dialectic approach here, though, that we want to be supportive and we want to continue teaching the skills because these emotions are a tunnel. Once we can get through them, we can get relief from them. And turning around and telling them that, you know, oh, it's okay, you don't have to go through that tunnel isn't going to help in the long run. That said, this is where I really like, whenever possible, to teach distress tolerance before emotion regulation so that they have some go-to grounding strategies that they're familiar with and that they can receive extra coaching on during emotion regulation. So we're going to skip over handout 2. This is not a necessary handout. You see that there's not a star in the upper right-hand corner. And it just gives an outline of what skills are covered in understanding and naming emotions, this first part of the emotion regulation module. So we're moving on to handout 3. What emotions do for you? And this handout can be really helpful to reference frequently in individual sessions, whether or not you're doing a comprehensive skills training curriculum. I use this handout a lot and I refer to this handout a lot, even if I haven't taught it in detail. So the idea here is to recognize that all of our emotions, regardless of what they are and regardless of how painful and or annoying they are to us, have a purpose. And that being able to recognize the purpose of those emotions can sometimes give us a better understanding and tolerance for why they're there and what they're doing for us. They can also help us to find a path forward from them in a more effective way. So the first box is going to talk about the purpose of motivating us for action. This is one of the 3 purposes. This is in no particular order of importance. So when I'm walking across the street and look up and see a bus or a car barreling down on me, I'm going to feel fear, and that fear is going to motivate me to hightail it across that street so I don't turn into a pancake. That emotion is motivating me to do something that I wouldn't normally do. I don't normally make a habit of sprinting across the street. But when I feel fear, there's an action urge to run in that instance, and that running keeps me safe. If I know that I have a bill to pay and I'm worried that I'm going to forget to pay it, that worry is going to motivate me to either pay the bill so I don't have to worry about it anymore, or to find a structure for reminding myself to pay the bill when I need to. And I promise you, in both of these instances, failing to be present with that emotion when its action is, its purpose is to motivate us for action, is only going to make the emotion get bigger, because that emotion is there to get our attention, and sweeping it under the rug, ignoring it, is not going to be helpful to us, and it's not going to allow that emotion to serve its purpose. So the second box addresses another purpose of our emotions, which is communicating important information about our experiences to other people around us. So this is where it's really important to keep in mind and to remind your patients that 10 different people, all in the same exact room, observing the same things, might have 10 completely different emotional responses to the same thing. And all of them are valid given the thoughts and prior experiences of each of those people. So just because I'm feeling excited about teaching emotion regulation doesn't mean that everybody else is going to be excited about learning about it. And doesn't mean that everyone else is going to be super anxious to, go out there and practice this stuff. The more important that it becomes to communicate our emotions to others, the harder it becomes to hide those emotions. So a lot of us become really practiced at hiding our emotions and pretending that everything's okay and great and fine. And as things get more and more important to communicate, our ability to mask those emotions goes down. So I give an example here of trying and eventually failing to be patient through repeated requests when you're busy. I don't know if any of you have ever had the experience where you're sitting in your office and you have a deadline that you have to have things done by. And somebody knocks on your door and says, "Can I just have a moment of your time? I just have this one question." And you smile and you say, "Yeah, what's going on? I could take a minute. Tell me what I can help with." And they ask their question, and then you go back to your work. And then you get another knock on your door and you go, who is it? What can I help you with? And already your tone of voice has started to change because you're thinking about that deadline. And now it's not just been one interruption, it's been two. And by the third or fourth interruption, you're going to have a totally different presentation unless you're observing your limits and recognizing I need to put a different system into place here, because clearly me agreeing to just talk with everybody who knocks on my door is not going to help me get this project done. So otherwise, it's going to be a lot harder to just, be nice and kind and compassionate when we're responding to people, and we're going to become more and more short with them as our level of urgency goes up. Our third box is going to address the last but certainly not least purpose of emotions. And I think sometimes this is a primary purpose of emotions, in fact, which is to alert us to situations going on that may be important to us, where we need to check the facts in order to determine whether it's actually a thing, whether it's actually important or whether it's just an early warning system going off in our brain, a flag going up saying this may be important because it looks kind of like something else that happened that was definitely really important. So this is going to alert us to situations that might be a threat to our safety or that of those that we care about, situations that might violate our values or our goals or priorities. So I like to teach people about a metaphor with this when I teach this skill, that it's kind of like when you drive up to a construction site and you see that flag worker at the beginning of the construction site holding their sign that on one side says stop and the other side says slow. And that construction worker is there to get your attention, to alert you that something's going on here that you might need to do differently, or people's lives could be at stake, or at a minimum, you could damage your car or damage some of the work that they're doing if you're not careful. So we slow down, we pump our brakes when we see that flag worker out front, and we look at what the sign says. We check the facts. Does it say stop? Does it say slow? Are they waving us through? And if the sign says stop, but we decide we're going to ignore it, because sometimes we like to ignore our emotions, right? Like, I know I'm feeling anxious about this, but I just need to do it because it just needs to happen. It's kind of like refusing to pump the brakes when you're driving up to that construction site. And what happens if you drive up to a construction site and the flag worker sees that you're not pumping your brakes? It's going to start waving his flag around or her flag around. They might start jumping up and down and waving their arms and trying to get your attention. And if you still don't slow down, they might start beating on the hood of your car as you go by. Our bodies do this to us by saying, you know what, you're not going to pay attention to that anxiety that says, be fearful of this situation, check the facts. How do you feel about a panic attack right now? What do you think about if I make your heart race really, really fast? Or maybe, you know, you didn't want to go to work tomorrow because you really need to pay attention to this and I don't think you're getting the message. Our emotions can do this to us. They can completely pull the rug out from under us if we don't listen to them. So that's my metaphor of the flag worker. I encourage you to use that if you think you would find it helpful with your patients. When the primary purpose of our emotion is to get us to notice something that might be important and check the facts, simply using the check the facts skill can absolutely help to calm the emotion. And we're going to be talking more about check the facts in a little bit. That said, alerting us to important situations is not always the only function of our emotions. And this is why check the facts is not the only emotion regulation skill that we're going to be covering. So, handout 4. Let's see. I'm just looking at my notes because I wrote myself some notes. This handout can be really important, and we're going to relate back to this later on as well, because being able to identify what gets in the way of regulating in our emotions in the first place is critical to being able to effectively problem solve for them and address them. If we make assumptions about where our emotions are coming from and react to those assumptions, we got about a 50-50 chance of being accurate and addressing things effectively, and a 50-50 chance of completely missing the mark. So being able to identify what's actually getting in the way can be really helpful and important. And this handout gives us a really helpful checklist for being able to do that. So for the first one, biology, we want to be orienting our patients that Some people are hardwired at birth to feel emotions more intensely and for longer periods of time than other people are. There is a really huge spectrum of what is normal in terms of how we feel and experience our emotions. And it doesn't mean that something's wrong with them. And it might be annoying for them, and it might be frustrating for people around them. And it doesn't mean that it's not normal or that it's not within that range of normal. Some people are also born to be more attentive to and sensitive to their environments. Other people are born with very little sensitivity to their environments or emotions, and that can create its own set of problems. Some babies, when they are born, just cry more than other babies. And it's a personal predisposition and just something to be aware of. Lack of skill. I personally believe that teaching DBT skills to kids as they're growing up would be hugely helpful and make so much sense, because this is stuff that if you got to wait to learn it until you're already having problems, you may have missed the boat in some ways. And sometimes we just don't know what to do. And when that's the case, it's kind of impossible to respond skillfully. So being aware when this is the issue and being able to ask for help when we need it is really important, whether that's asking a therapist, asking a colleague, asking a trusted friend or family member. Our environments also, on occasion, sometimes more often, reinforce overly emotional behavior. And what I mean by that is there are times when responding in a calm and rational and peaceful way does not get a response from people and doesn't allow us to get our needs met. And our environments in some circumstances actually require that we kind of throw a fit in order to get our needs met. And when that happens more than once, or even once in some occasions, we are going to be much more prone in the future to come out of the box with intense emotional responses. So the example I give here is a kid whining in the checkout line to get their parents to buy them candy, because you know they always have to put candy in the checkout line so the kids can whine, right? So the first time they come through, they whine for candy and the parent says no, and they whine louder and the parent says no, and they whine louder and louder and louder, and the parent says, "Oh, I just want you to be quiet. Here's the candy bar. Be quiet." And the parent just reinforced for them that being loud and throwing a fit can be really effective. So being aware of times when the environment is reinforcing emotional behavior is also important. It can be really hard to change emotional behavior if it's something that's meeting a need. Moodiness. Strong emotions being past our skills breakdown point or being stuck in emotion mind can absolutely interfere with our willingness to take steps to regulate our emotions. We've all had one of those days. I have, where it just feels like you woke up and things started going wrong. And you're just not going to see anything is going right that day. And that's just how it is. And our level of moodiness on those days can absolutely interfere at times with our ability to respond effectively. Whether that's overtly through refusing to use skills or whether that's covertly through tone of voice or body language. I already talked about skills breakdown point. We all have one. This is not just something that patients experience when they get out of control. Every single one of us has a breaking point at which it is not possible for us to be skillful. And if we reach it, using these skills is not going to help. also important to recognize and go back to that CBT triangle model of thoughts, emotions, and behaviors that make up every experience that we have, and to recognize that the thoughts that we have absolutely can interfere with our ability to regulate our emotions. And when we have beliefs about how emotions work that may be inaccurate, even if we're not aware we have them until it's brought to our attention, they can absolutely interfere with our ability to regulate emotion. So our next handout, 4A, which is not a starred handout, but I do like to teach whenever possible and or assign for homework, is going to give us how many? 20 different potential, what DBT calls myths. I like to call negative thoughts or inaccurate beliefs or whatever makes the most sense to you and feels the least invalidating to your patients about how our emotions work that can absolutely impact our emotional experience and our ability to regulate emotions. So what I like to do here is either ask patients to read out loud or to themselves and to circle each of the items that they identify with, thoughts that they can identify having on a regular basis. And it can help to really normalize this if you ask for a show of hands in a group setting for, how many people identified a certain number, or go through each one, read them out loud, and how many of you find this to be a difficult one? The idea here is not just to say, wow, that's horrible that you have those thoughts, but to say, what can we do with these? We want to come up with challenges to these thoughts that offer hope rather than despair, that are grounded in reality, so they are fact-based, and that our patients can believe. Because sometimes just stating the opposite of what the myth says, yeah, it's grounded in reality and it offers hope, but are you always going to believe the exact opposite of what you already believe without good reason to do so? Probably not. So being able to come up with a different way of looking at that situation that can be believable is important. And this may take a lot of coaching on your part to help your patients get to the point where they can start to identify these, giving them different ideas and trying them on for size, and also asking patients for examples, especially in a group setting, of challenges that they find helpful so that other patients can get ideas. Once they have come up with their list of challenges that they can believe to each of the ones that they've circled, we want to encourage them to keep those challenges accessible to them in a place where they can reference easily, because those beliefs they die hard. They don't die easily, and they never totally go away. So being able to check the facts with a challenge in a difficult moment can go a long way. Handout 5, got a super complex looking handout here. And I promise you, I'm not gonna just read from my slide here because I know what I wrote is teeny tiny and I apologize for that. I wanted to give you guys a template to return to so that when you need to go back and reference how to talk with patients about this, you can have some additional guidance aside from just the manual for how to talk with them about it. So our starting point for this model is going to be on the far left-hand side, the box that says attention/awareness and prompting event. So we're always going to start with the prompting event. And We also have the thing that happens before the thing happens, which is the pre-existing vulnerability factors up at the top of the page. These are the things that make us more prone to painful emotions where we wouldn't otherwise necessarily be. These include both short-term factors, such as getting adequate sleep, having proper nutrition, whether or not we've used drugs or alcohol, whether we're in pain or ill, whether we've gotten exercise. It also includes long-term vulnerability factors, and these are prior experiences we've had related to that prompting event that prime the pump emotionally. So this is something that I've gone through before that I know did not turn out well last time. So just seeing this prompting event is likely to prompt that negative emotion from last time rather than lead me to be more open to possibilities this time. So that's our vulnerability factors. I'm going to jump back down to the prompting event box, and we're going to go up to interpretations, the thoughts and beliefs that we have about the prompting event. They impact things whether or not we are aware of them, and we aren't always aware of them, which is why this is in a dotted circle rather than a black box. So we can be aware of the thoughts and then move on to biological changes, or we can maybe not be aware of the thoughts and just go from prompting events straight to biological changes. Those biological changes include brain changes, neurological changes happening, hormones, chemicals being released within our brains, within our bodies when that prompting event occurs. Nervous system changes, our autonomic nervous system coming into play, blood vessels expanding or constricting, our heart rate increasing usually, but sometimes decreasing, our temperature going up or down. These are all things that are hardwired into our emotional experience. And then our experiences, which are our awareness of our body sensations. Like I'm noticing that I'm feeling hot. I'm noticing that my heart's racing, or that my palms are clammy, or I'm clenching my fists. We're going to go to the right from there to expressions, which, as you can see from where the arrows go here, doesn't always happen. There are some times where we're really able to mask a lot of our emotional expression, and some people are better at this than others. Some people have a great poker face, which can be really helpful in poker and not so helpful in real life, because then other people don't know how we're perceiving things. And we can also wear our emotions on our sleeves and have a horrible time hiding our emotions, which has its own set of pros and cons. But for the purposes of teaching you guys about this model, we're going to go into expressions, which includes things like facial expression, body language, the words that we say, the sounds that we make, and actual behaviors that we're having. This is everything that a video camera would be able to see us do or pick up from us. As you can see from those kind of swirly arrows, these two can sometimes feed off of each other, and it can get into a little bit of a whirlpool at times. On some occasions, we do get all the way to the end of this on the far right-hand side, which is to name the emotion that we're experiencing, to identify this is what I'm feeling right now, and have awareness of that. I would say there's a really high percentage of the time that that doesn't actually happen, and it doesn't mean that the emotion isn't occurring. So we're going to follow that long arrow at the bottom all the way up to the bottom of the left-hand side, which is the after effects. All emotions have an emotional hangover. It is not a new emotion. It is what happens after the emotion happens, when we've been really angry and then we just feel like shaky and on edge, or when we've been really sad and then we just feel exhausted. Sometimes we also experience what's called secondary emotions, which is what we feel about how we feel. Like, I'm feeling really angry that I'm nervous right now, or I'm really embarrassed that I'm feeling sad about this. Those secondary emotions can actually prompt new emotions and can be their own prompting events, which can start the cycle all over again. We are going to be revisiting this model in the next many handouts, but I wanted you guys to have an overview for this, and this is something that's really important to teach to patients. So our next handout is handout 6, which is one of my favorite handouts. This is a 10-page handout that is going to break down almost every emotion you can imagine into 10 separate categories. The top of each page is going to give a number of different emotions that can all fall under that same emotional category. And they can be really different emotions. I'm looking right now at the anger page, and my experience of vengefulness might be really different from my experience of irritation or my experience of bitterness. And all of those are emotions that fall under the category of anger. So for that top section, I like to ask patients to take a moment and reflect on which of these emotions they identify the most with, and which of them are emotions that they're like, I don't really identify as ever feeling that, or if I do, it's really rare. And encourage them to circle the ones that they do identify with more. And if you have time, you can also encourage them to identify at what intensity they typically feel each of those emotions. Like when they say that they're feeling irritation, are they usually feeling irritation at a 10 or a 2? And likewise for each of the other emotions that they circle. If there are emotion words that they don't understand, there are some that are not in common use. I encourage them and you to look them up together and talk about what it means and if that's something that you've ever experienced. This can be a really helpful way to build curiosity and interest and observation of something unfamiliar to them, which, as we discussed in the last training, can help to kind of engage that prefrontal cortex and build balance between the emotional and rational parts of our brains. So the remaining 5 sections on each of these 10 pages is going to correspond with each of the major sections on our last handout, the model for describing emotions. So it's going to talk about prompting events for those types of emotions that are common. It is not an exhaustive list of every situation that could possibly prompt that type of emotion. And just because someone's circumstance isn't on that list doesn't mean that it's not a valid prompter. Likewise, for each of the other categories there, you see that each of them mention other. And that means that this is not an exhaustive list and it's not a right or wrong. It's just a starting point and a guideline. So I personally really enjoy going over this handout in depth with my patients. And the way that the curriculum is set up for standard skills training encourages that this is one of several handouts that is taught in one session, which means you don't have nearly enough time to hardly just get through the overview of this handout, let alone go over it in detail. This is where I really appreciate the ability to do individual skills training with some of my patients who could really benefit from a slower and more deliberate approach to teaching this handout if they really have a hard time identifying emotion. And that said, if you are limited because of insurance reasons or other limitations by needing to stick to the curriculum, you can absolutely still address this handout more in detail in individual therapy sessions if needed. I do also want to draw your attention to page 10 of this handout. At the very bottom, which I taught this for a long time and never noticed until one of my patients fairly recently pointed out to me that there's a section at the bottom here that says other important emotion words. Because there are a lot of words that people use to describe emotion that aren't necessarily going to fall under one of these 10 categories. So being able to identify that and discuss it with your patients is important. And doing the best that you can to muddle through the rest of the skills for changing emotions when they don't fit into a neat category is also important, because being able to check the facts with specific categories is going to be a thing as we proceed with the skills. Also want to point out with this handout, the difference between shame and guilt, which is really critical to orient your patients to. So shame is the belief, I am a bad person, or I am someone who is not worthy. And I am afraid that if someone finds out those things about me or things that I've done that will lead them to know that I'm a bad person, that they will reject me. Guilt is slightly different, because guilt is not, I believe I'm a bad person. Guilt is, I believe that the behavior that I had didn't match with my values or what I believe to be the right thing to do. But it is not, I believe that I'm a bad person. It is absolutely possible to feel shame and guilt at the same time, and very challenging, not only for us as therapists to help patients through, but especially for patients to tolerate. So being able to learn to pull those two apart and see those as two different things can be really useful in emotion identification. I also want to draw your attention to the difference between envy and jealousy, because those are also two very similar categories of emotion, which for these purposes have two distinctly different purposes. Envy is an emotional category that's going to come up when you don't have something that you want that others have. Jealousy is something that comes up when you have something and you're afraid you're going to lose it. Like, I always keep these straight in my mind by thinking of the example of a jealous lover or a jealous partner who's always going to be controlling and afraid that someone's going to take their partner away from them. That's jealousy. Envy is when you're not in the relationship, but you wish you were, and you get mad at people on Valentine's Day for flaunting their relationships. I hope that's helpful. Let's see. I'm going to try not to, I'm aware that I just did that again. So moving on. Oh, to skills for changing emotional responses. Handout 7 is just going to give us an overview, and we're looking at handouts 7 through 11 here. Handout 7 is going to give us an overview of the skills that make up the skills for changing unwanted emotions. And it can be really helpful to use handout 7 as a starting point for introducing patients to the concept that these are not standalone skills. They can be, and they can be helpful standalone, and they are much more exponentially helpful when used in combination with one another and in succession. So we also want to make sure, whenever possible, that if we're teaching skills from this section, that we're making sure that our patients have at least a cursory understanding of the earlier emotion identification skills. At a minimum, they need to be oriented to the 10 categories of emotion, because we are going to be using those as we move forward. Handout 8 is check the facts. So check the facts is our foundational skill for changing unwanted emotions. And check the facts is a term that I use loosely a lot. Like, can we check the facts on that? What are the facts here? And check the facts can also be a very structured skill as per this handout that has 6 very distinct and separate steps. So I also want to remind you with this skill that if the primary function of the unwanted emotion is to alert you to something that feels important to paying attention to, and to get you to check the facts, this is your skill. And sometimes only using the check the facts skill can help completely resolve the unwanted emotion, especially if the facts are different than you thought they were, and you check the facts and you resolve it, and then you can move on with your life. And check the facts does not help to change everything all of the time. So we want to be aware of that, and that this is not the only skill that we want to orient patients to, that just because it's not working doesn't mean that it's not still important to use as a building block to the next several skills. So in the top box on this handout, we want to orient our patients that there are a couple of different ways that our emotions can develop, and that sometimes our emotions immediately follow the prompting event, and then we have thoughts about it. Like that example where I look up, I see a bus barreling down at me, I feel fear and I run, and then I get to the other side of the road and I go, whew, that was close. I don't have time to think because I'm running. I wait until the other side before I have time to think. And other times we have thoughts first. So we have a prompting event, we think about it, and then we have an emotion. So little kid in the checkout line sees the candy bar, feels frustrated they don't have it, whines for the candy bar. Thinks, I really want that candy bar, then whines harder. That's thought before emotion. Both can be helped by check the facts. And in situations where things go immediately to emotion, checking the facts may not be as helpful in that moment in preventing unwanted emotion. So we're going to move down to the second box, and we're going to start with asking, what is the emotion that I want to change? This can be helpful to identify specific emotions, those lists from the top of each of the 10 sheets in handout 6. And we want to make sure that we're drilling it down to what categories are prominent here. And there may be more than one, and there usually is. So this is also where we want to drill down to not just what are the categories that we're feeling, but what is the biggest category of emotion that's being problematic right now that I want to change. We're going to start there because we can't do check the facts for more than one category of emotion at a time. We start with the biggest category, we go all the way through check the facts and possibly any other skills that need to follow it. And then we check back in with ourselves and we say, did that help the other emotional categories as well? Or is there work that we still need to do? And do we need to start over with check the facts for the next biggest emotion? So, assuming we've identified the category of emotion that we want to change, we are then going to move on to identifying the facts related to that emotion, using our skills for objective observation. And if you missed out on the first training, that was something that we talked about quite a bit during the mindfulness phase. I'd encourage you to go back and check it out. And objective observation is going to be a litmus test of, is it factual? Is it something that 10 other people or 100 other people all looking at the same situation would hear my description and all say, yep, I see the same thing, or I experience the same thing? And would someone who's not in the same space with you be able to hear your description and get a fairly accurate picture of what information you're attending to? So we're going to encourage use of objective observation for step 2. And we're also going to encourage identification of judgments and the replacement of judgments with objective observations. In step 3, we're going to get clear about what our thoughts are about the prompting event. So in this case, we want to notice what the thoughts are. We want to notice the beliefs. And then we want to take a step back and zoom the lens out and identify what other possible interpretations could there be for this same set of information. And this is not always an easy thing to do by ourselves because we think what we think and we don't necessarily think any different than the thoughts that are in our head. So this may involve, and this is important to coach our patients about as well, but it may involve going back to a trusted friend, therapist, family member to say to them, this is what I'm noticing. Here's what I'm thinking about this situation. Here's how I'm interpreting it. Is there any other way that I could be looking at this situation? And that practice can be hugely important and helpful in being able to get a more balanced view of what's going on. Just listened to a podcast over the past several days, the Brene Brown Dare to Lead podcast, and it was on productivity. And they talked about fantastic podcast if you get a chance to listen to it. And they talked about the importance of being able to build in opportunities in our lives to reflect back on the things that we're experiencing and believing from a more objective standpoint, and to determine, is this actually like the only way to see things, or are there other ways to interpret this situation? So want to encourage you to check that out if you get a chance and if you're interested in building on that information. Steps 4 and 5. I want to put a little black box warning around and say that these are steps that can be very triggering for people if they have trauma histories, or if they have a history of experiencing a lot of anxiety and panic or chronic invalidation. And so we want to encourage steps 4 and 5 with caution. These are steps that may not even be necessary to use if the rest of the steps are things that can be helpful without them. And in that case, just jump to step 6. And I'd encourage you, go all the way through and then check with them. Does it feel like this emotion is still really big? Should we revisit 4 and 5? Or are we good with just going to step 6? In terms of steps 4 and 5, I want to be clear that 4 and 5 are forms of exposure therapy again. So anytime we are using exposure therapy, there is risk of decompensation. There is risk of making things worse. And we want to give our patients tools for grounding and for distress tolerance and very clear parameters around how to use these skills, rather than just setting them loose to going down the rabbit hole on their own. I want to orient you as well that for step 6, we're going to be referencing handout 8A, which is examples of emotions that fit the facts. And for this handout, we're going to turn to handout 8A. And this is going to outline 9 of the 10 emotional categories that we saw in handout 6, with the exclusion of the emotion of happiness, because who the heck wants to change when they feel happy? I think one of the only instances that I can think of where that might be appropriate would be for patients who have a history of manic symptoms. And if their excessive happiness is potentially causing problems. But in most other instances, we don't want to change happiness when it happens. We want to keep it around for a while. So we're not going to find it on the emotions that fit the facts handouts. So we want to orient patients as we're looking at this handout that it is possible for an emotion to be understandable given their past experience and given what their personal needs are. And it is also very possible, even though it makes sense, given their past experience, that it doesn't fit the facts of the current situation. So this is a way to introduce this information in a way that's going to be less invalidating for patients. We also want to make sure as we're introducing this that we're not preaching at our patients about what they should be feeling, or, oh, see, this doesn't fit the facts, so clearly this isn't the right thing to feel, because we want to revisit from the first training. It is not possible to will yourself to feel differently than you feel. It is possible to take steps, use behaviors such as emotion regulation behaviors or mindfulness of other emotions that are present at the same time. And it is not possible to just magically wave your magic wand and feel something different. So back to this handout. We want to identify the emotional category that we're working on for Check the Facts and find it on the handout. You're going to read with them out loud the times when that emotion would fit the facts and talk with them. Have a conversation about whether the circumstances they're currently experiencing are similar to or different from the ones that are listed there. And I will say that the ones that are listed there are guidelines. They are not hard and fast, and they are open to interpretation. There is also an other category under every single one of these emotional categories for a reason, because not every single circumstance is covered here. And it doesn't mean necessarily that the emotion doesn't fit the facts. This is where you want to encourage your patient and yourself as therapists to use your wise mind. So I want to draw your attention to the box at the bottom of this page. It's a small box, so it's easy to miss, and it's an important one. And it's going to ask patients to reflect on whether the intensity and duration of the emotion are justified by asking how likely it is that the expected outcomes will occur, how great or important the outcomes are, and how effective the emotion is in their lives right now. And when we're addressing how effective an emotion is, and we're going to talk about this a lot in the subsequent handouts, we want to identify what the action urge is that we are having as a result of that emotion. What are we wanting to do? Not what do we think other people think we should do, not what do we think we should do, but what do we want to do? What is our body telling us to do as a result of feeling this emotion? And we're going to weigh that action urge against our goals, our values, and our priorities to determine, is this action urge actually going to help us get closer to our goals, values, and priorities, or is it going to bring us further from them? Being able to identify that is critical for being able to effectively change emotion. All right. Handout 9, this is where we're going to get a little confusing, and I'm going to do my best to lead you through this, because this is a handout that is not going to make sense to your patients if they haven't learned the subsequent skills yet. So opposite action and problem solving and mindfulness of current emotions are skills that are important to understand in order to totally get handout 9. So why did we put it first? Good question. We put it first because once you can teach the rest of those skills, this handout comes first in progression of how you use this. This is a decision tree to figure out which skill you want is going to be most effective, potentially, to try, or which set of skills is going to be most effective. Obviously, if they haven't learned opposite action yet, they can see that opposite action would be most effective and go, yeah, that's great. I don't know how to do that. So when you're teaching this in group, I want you to, or in individual sessions, I want you to really weigh how much your patients are able to bear with you and extend their disbelief by bearing with you through getting oriented to this handout, and how much you think it's important to teach these other skills first and then go back and teach handout 9. I'm gonna teach you handout 9 first today, just so I don't forget it. So I hope you can bear with me. So we are gonna start at the top of the handout, and it's going to give us definitions of opposite action and problem solving that I promise you are much more involved when we work on those skills. And it's going to start with asking, does this emotion fit the facts? What it doesn't ask here that it needs to, that's kind of hidden, the hidden question is, what is the emotion that I'm looking to change? And did I check the facts on this emotion? And handout 8A, does the emotion fit the facts? So we're going to pick up on, does this emotion fit the facts? If the answer is yes, we're going to go down to the left. If it's no, it doesn't fit the facts, we're going to go down to the right. Our next question is acting on this emotion effective? Now, we have some more hidden skills here that are not listed. And in this handout, the skill that's not listed is, what is the action urge? And what are my goals, values, and priorities in response to this situation? So once you can ask yourself those things, that happens before the second question, is acting on my action urge going to be effective? If the answer is yes, we're going to be mindful of our current emotions because it's effective to act on the urge. We're going to act on that urge. And if we still have some unwanted emotions that might be telling us that there's still a gap between where we are today and where we want to be, then we're going to move to the problem solving skill and figure out what we need to do to get from where we are to where we want to be. Because when I decided to go into private practice, I felt some emotions that told me maybe private practice is important for you right now. Finding a balance with your family and work is something that's really hard to do in a clinic setting, and private practice might give better opportunities for that. And my urge was to go meet up with the Small Business Development Center and with a lawyer to set up my PLLC and to start researching things. And I did those things and I still didn't have a private practice yet because there's a lot of other stuff to do before you set up a private practice. So I had to problem solve along the way to make sure that I could continue moving and progressing towards those benchmarks as I move towards my goals. We've got a number of other different options at the bottom of this page that are all going to be appropriate given specific types of circumstances. And this is where it's really important to orient your patients that this is not a one-size-fits-all type of thing when it comes to emotion regulation skills or DBT skills in general, that we want to make sure that we are finding skills that are going to be the most appropriate for the situations that we are in. Because if I have a situation where I feel that I'm anxious, and I know that when I'm anxious, I tend to avoid things, and I tell myself, nope, opposite action is where it's at. I'm going to act opposite to that urge to avoid, and I'm going to approach this situation, but that situation is really dangerous for me, and I could really screw things up if I try to engage with it or make things worse. Opposite action is not always going to be my friend. So we want to really be careful about making sure that we're assessing the situation that we're in with our wise mind and making sure that the skills that we're choosing are the appropriate skills. This is also where coaching our patients through homework review on what skills they applied, whether they worked or not, and what other skills might be more helpful in those situations is really important. All right, we've got about 5 minutes before our next Q&A session, I want to encourage you guys to add in any questions that you have, or raise your hand if you'd like to have a conversation about your question as we prepare to go into that Q&A. And I think there were probably 3 questions left last time that when my computer crashed, I lost. So if you have a question that wasn't answered and you remember what it was and you want to put it back in, that would be awesome. And Erin, I don't know if you have access to those previous questions, and you could cue me for them as well. She's nodding her head. So that said, I'm going to give you some time to do that while we talk about opposite action. And then we're going to pick up with opposite action again after the lunch break. So with opposite action, this is a skill that we use when our emotions do not fit the current facts of the situation that we are in. They might make sense given our history, but given what's actually happening right now, they don't make sense. Or they might make total sense. It might totally fit the facts that I'm feeling anxious in this situation. And if I were to flee and run out of the room when I'm supposed to be giving a training, it's not going to be super effective. So I need to act opposite to those emotions to make sure that I can be as effective as possible. So we want to make sure to review the concept of action urges with patients, that this is the concept of the physical urge to do something before it happens. And the more that we can tune into this, we do all have it, and we don't always pay attention to it. So the more we can start looking for it, the more we can start having opportunities to intervene with it and to make conscious decisions about whether to go with it or to go in the opposite direction. When we are looking at the first box on this handout, this is meant to be an example of how action urges can relate to opposite actions and the emotions that they go with. This is not a comprehensive review of opposite action. And in fact, I've taught this stuff so much that I always, when I think of it, even forget this handout exists, even though I teach it every time, because I usually look to handout 11, which is the one that's going to go to specific emotions and the action urges that go with those. And we'll be talking about that more after the lunch break. So the second box is going to give us a step-by-step set of instructions for opposite action. That said, steps 1 through 4 are a complete review of the previous emotion regulation skills and handouts. So if you've already done all of them leading up to this, you can skip to step 5. This is meant to be available as a standalone skill though. So the idea is to make sure that you're not losing the benefit of those previous skills, which is necessary to determine whether opposite action is actually what needs to happen. It's important to describe acting opposite all the way as making sure that body language, facial expression, and tone of voice match your intended opposite action. So the idea here is I'm not going to go through the motions, but constantly think to myself, this is stupid, this is dumb, why am I doing this? And I'm not going to act opposite by being excited, but having a really irritated voice tone. So we want to make sure that all the different parts of our emotional expression fit with the intended opposite action. We also want to orient our patients that opposite action needs to be used typically repeatedly, many more than one time, in order to get the emotions to change. And this is where I kind of have a picture in my head of that CBT triangle, the thoughts, feelings, behaviors. and the emotions are over here in this corner, and the thoughts and the behaviors are over here. And we're going to change the thoughts and the behaviors by acting opposite. And we're going to hope that those emotions move closer to where those thoughts and behaviors now are. And it takes time and repetition. So my example here, that is a personal example that I use a lot with my patients, is, you may have noticed from my previous training in my office that I've got a lot of horse stuff there. I'm a horse person. I love horses and riding. And I was so excited when I got into a place in my career where I was making more money. And I thought, you know what? I might actually be able to buy a horse that I can ride and show and have fun with. And I was really excited, and I found one that I really wanted, and I got so excited about it. And it got down to me budgeting, and I found out that I was going to be about $100 short every month. And that, try as I might and problem solve as I problem solved repeatedly, I could not find a way to make up for those extra $100 while sticking to my values, which are like, kind of need to have food in our house, and my kids need clothes and shoes, and they need to be able to play sports and stuff like that. And I was so destroyed that I couldn't buy this horse that I'd worked so hard to be able to save for. And I went through the decision tree. I went through check the facts in the decision tree, and I figured out that I needed to act opposite to my sadness, because this sadness was not going to go away by me looking at pictures of this horse on the internet and constantly problem solving for, like, is there a different way I could look at my budget? Can I squeeze out those extra couple of dollars? So my opposite action looked like calling up the owner of that horse and saying, I know I've talked to you about buying your horse, and I am so sorry, but I just can't financially make this work. And you know what? I felt worse after I did that, and it was horrible. And I didn't want to do it. And I trusted in my DBT skills. And I said, you know what? DBT says that opposite action repeatedly can make me feel better. And I'm going to lean on that right now. And I went and I deleted the ad and the pictures of the horse from my email and from my web browser. And I stopped spending all my time budgeting. And I started spending more time being mindful of ways that I could spend time with my kids, which was in line with my values. And I started being more mindful of ways that I could involve my kids with horseback riding lessons and still find a little bit of a balance between the two, even if I couldn't afford a horse of my own. So that's my personal example with opposite action. And we are going to talk after the break about figuring out opposite actions. And we're going to start with a mindfulness before we get into that. So be prepared for another mindfulness after the lunch break. We've got about 8 minutes or so, I think. 7 or 8 minutes for our question and answer period. And I think I saw a hand go up. Is that accurate, Erin? Okay, I did see one before. If somebody has a question that you'd like to ask out loud, please feel free to do the raise your hand option. I'm more than happy to talk with you. So I'm not just talking to myself on the screen. I'm
2 questions here from earlier.
Okay, perfect. So I've got 2 from now that I'm going to address first, and then we'll get to the earlier questions if that's okay. So first question is, I would like to share for the homework. Thank you for thank you for the offer for that. And if I can take you up on that for next training, that would be awesome, because we won't have another homework review during this training. But I definitely encourage you to raise your hand at the time of the homework review for next training, and I would love to talk with you about your homework. Looking at the next question, it says, any additional tips on how to address therapy interfering behaviors, such as homework non-completion and engagement without sounding pejorative? I feel like it would be hard to address these concerns with younger populations without sounding this way. Yes, yes, yes. So a couple of different things here. I'm going to say that in DBT, there is a specific protocol for addressing therapy interfering behaviors. I will look that up during the break and see if I can access that from my computer here. And if we have time at the end of the training, I'm happy to share that with you guys more in detail. I will also say that in terms of addressing therapy interfering behaviors, we want to keep a couple of things in mind. We want to be aware that it rarely feels good to be called out in front of our peers about something that we didn't realize we were doing, or about something that we know we're not supposed to be doing. So if there are opportunities to do this discreetly, especially if you can do it either before or after group, I encourage you to do so. If it's just one-on-one, or if it is before or after group and you're addressing things with someone one-on-one, I like to really use my objective observations as I'm doing this. So this is going to include phrases like, I noticed that, and describing specific behaviors that you saw rather than imputing intent from those behaviors. So I might observe, I noticed in group today, you put your head down. Can you tell me more about what was going on for you when that happened? Rather than, I know you're not paying attention and I know this group is hard. So what can we do about that? I hope that that makes sense. And I want to encourage you to sort of use the outline from the missing links analysis as well, and or the chain analysis, which just for the sake of time and content, I'm not going to be addressing in this training series because it's more geared toward individual therapy sessions. But if it's something that you have time to do with your patients, I certainly encourage you to check that out. That's going to be in the general skills handouts, and you'll find information on that as well in the cognitive behavioral treatment of borderline personality disorder book. So I hope that's helpful. Next question. Oh, just saying that she did raise her hand. I'm sorry we didn't see it. And we'll definitely try to make sure to get to some different people for the homework review next time. Erin, there were some other questions, correct?
Yes. This meant right around when you started explaining last time.
Yes.
So if you're using DBT informed treatment with an individual, how do you balance skills training with therapy, processing thoughts and emotions, empathizing, etc.?
Okay, so finding that balance if you're using DBT informed treatment between regular therapy, skills training, how to structure things. It sounds like that's what's being asked for in the question, which is a great question. I can tell you there are a lot of different ways to do this. I've tried most of them, some with more success than others. And I'd encourage you to be aware of the options and to do some trial and error with your patients and talk with them about that there are different options to try, and agree on one approach to try and try it for a couple of sessions, at least 3, and agree to come back after that 3rd session and say, that didn't work, let's try something different, or that worked great, let's keep doing it, or how can we tweak it a little bit? So that said, you have a couple of different options. When I'm doing an individual standard DBT with patients, I'm going to do 1 session a week that's an individual therapy session, and 1 session a week that is agreed as a structured individual skills training session. So I'm going to teach it like a group with one person. And we're not going to go to all that other stuff unless the two of us can agree together, and they need to really convince me that it's going to be in their best interest and my best interest to focus on other needs during that session. And they can acknowledge that it's going to extend the amount of time that we then need to work on skills in terms of number of sessions, which is certainly possible if you're doing this individually, but if you're limited by the number of sessions, that may not be an option. So I like to meet with patients for standard DBT twice a week. If you can only meet with patients once a week, you might try 1 week we're skills training, the next week we're doing individual sessions. It might be that you're spending a half an hour on skills training and a half an hour on individual processing. It might be that you're agreeing to just work on skills training for a certain number of sessions to get through a module, and then you're switching back to individual sessions for whatever time makes sense to the two of you. So I'd encourage you to mix and match and see what works for you. If you're really taking a loose approach to this and not following a curriculum, it becomes a little bit easier, because then you're always doing individual therapy and then you're just adding in skills as needed. I'm being aware of the time, and I want to be respectful of people's need to eat lunch. And I'm hoping that we'll have time during one of the last two homework, or not homework reviews, the last two Q&As, because we have 2 more coming up, to be able to address the 2 remaining questions from the first part, as well as questions that come up as we proceed. Hello and welcome back. I am looking forward to our last 2 portions this afternoon of our training, and I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. Wanted to start our afternoon portion of the training with a mindfulness activity. This is a modified body scan activity and can be done in a lot of different ways. I'm going to do this as a guided meditation. So I want to encourage you to find a comfortable position. Notice the space where you're sitting, or standing, or laying down, wherever you might be. Find a comfortable position and focus on your breath. Notice your breath as it flows in and out of your body. And gently bring your attention to your head, your scalp, your face, and your mouth. What do you notice there? Notice your neck, your shoulders, and your chest. Noticing any tension, any pain, sense of relaxation, cold or heat. Notice your arms and your hands, their position, things they might be touching. Notice your torso, your lungs as they expand and contract, and your stomach. Then bring your awareness to your seat, your legs, and your feet. And now bring your attention back to your breath. And then when you're ready, you can bring your awareness back to our conversation. curious if any of you have any feedback on that mindfulness today. Things that were helpful or not helpful, things that you noticed, or questions that you have about it. If you do, you can feel free to raise your hand or type something into the Q&A. If not, you can take those questions that I asked as ways that I typically would address processing of a mindfulness activity after its conclusion. Looks like we have one piece of feedback that it's grounding, especially after a break. I agree. I did this along with you guys, even though I was narrating it, and I found it helpful in grounding. All right. We are going to move on. Looks like another comment on needing to focus more on posture, which can be a very helpful awareness to have. We're going to move back to emotion regulation, opposite action. Before we get back into this, I just wanted to say that in regards to the strategies for addressing therapy interfering behaviors, I was not able to access my handouts on that during lunch. I will try to take time during the last break to do that. Our last break is going to be at 1:50. And I would stand by the information that I gave verbally in regards to addressing that. Behavior tech has some great, very prescribed ways for addressing therapy interfering behaviors, and you will find information in the Cognitive Behavioral Treatment of Borderline Personality Disorder, the primary manual for DBT, not the skills training manual, on addressing therapy interfering behaviors as well. So move into handout 11. So calm after that mindfulness that it's hard to get going again. So this is a 9-page handout that's going to go over all of the major categories of emotion aside from happiness, and is meant to act as a guide for how to act opposite to those emotions, not a mandate for how you must do it. I always encourage my patients to use their wise minds, and I do the same in regards to determining opposite actions, because opposite actions for different situations might look very, very different, even if they're for the same emotion. Each page for figuring out opposite actions is going to have a box at the top to remind you when that emotion fits the facts. And this is an important reminder to make sure you're catching yourself before you set up a little bit of a train wreck, and make sure that if the emotion fits the facts and is effective, we don't want to act opposite to it. So we want to make sure that we're catching it and making sure that opposite action makes sense in the situation that we're in. Each one is going to list opposite actions. And again, we want to use our wise minds to determine if the opposite actions listed are in fact going to be the most appropriate opposite actions to use, or if we need to get creative about opposite actions. And that all the way opposite actions are intended to involve and address our body posture, our voice tone, and other factors that can affect the effectiveness of opposite action if they're not paid attention to while we're practicing this skill. I also recently have had a lot of conversations with my patients about the fact that opposite action is a little bit of a short-term fix for the specific emotion that we're feeling, and that when we look at the long term, we want to be looking more to finding balance over time between what our urge is and what's going to be most effective, and making sure that we're not ignoring either, and making sure that we're finding a way forward that considers both of those things. So more of a dialectical approach. All right, problem solving. I'm gonna flip ahead in my handouts and worksheets. This is handout 12, and I always orient patients with this, that I know you guys just solve problems all the time. Otherwise, you wouldn't get where you are right now. And not all of us are taught specific strategies or processes for problem solving that consider everything that's important while we're problem solving. Sometimes our problem solving looks like more like, that was the first thing that came to my mind. I'm going to try that. Or I'm just going to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. So we're going to use problem solving for situations where there is a gap between where things are and what needs to happen in order for us to feel better, which sometimes can look like that and sometimes can look like that. So not every situation that we are in requires us to follow all 7 steps of problem solving. If it's a situation that's easily solvable without using all 7 steps, then go for it. And while patients are learning this skill, I like to encourage them to practice using all 7 steps, regardless of whether they think they need them or not. Gives them the opportunity to try the skill and get familiar with it in a low stakes situation where they already kind of know what type of outcome they need, versus a situation where the stakes might be higher. So for step 1, figure out and describe the problem situation. We want to make sure that we're using objective observations. I know that kind of goes without saying at this point, and we want to keep orienting back to that. For step 2, I want you to keep in mind, and I want you to be clear with your patients, that it's impossible to problem solve and get the right answer to a problem if you're trying to solve the wrong problem. So I have an example here that I want to share with you of a patient that I was working with who was aware that she was frequently getting angry at her partner, and she was irritable and she was snapping at him a lot. And her goal was to be nicer, and she just couldn't figure out how to be less angry with him. And we probably worked on this skill and on some of the behavior change strategies that we'll get to in the next training session for, I don't know, 3-4 months before it slipped out that her partner was actually really abusive of her. And that there was a really good reason why she was really angry with him. And she had not acknowledged that previously. It was the first time I had ever heard of that from her. And in fact, this had been going on for a long time. So the problem that we were trying to solve, her being less irritable with him, was not the priority. And in fact, when we were able to address the correct problem, which was increasing safety and helping her to understand the nature of an abusive relationship, her emotion went down. So let's see. Step 3, identify your goal, is a really critical step in problem solving, and it's typically one that's very easily skipped over. I want you to keep in mind that you have a much lower chance of hitting your target if you don't know what it is or where it is. The more time you can spend on clarifying and refining your goal, the more effectively you can problem solve for achieving it. For the brainstorming phase in step 4, I encourage patients to write down and acknowledge every option available to them, even if they sound silly or stupid or like something that they would never ever do. If it feels like it could be an option, write it down. This is about acknowledging all possibilities. This gives us fodder for being able to problem solve creatively and think outside of the box rather than paint ourselves into a corner by only looking at options that we would definitely try. This is not a time to judge what we will or wouldn't do, what we think would work. This is just a time to write down options. And when choosing a solution, it may be just one solution from the problem solving list. What my personal experience has been is that most problems are pretty complex. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to use the problem solving skill for them to begin with. In this case, solutions may look a lot more like a synthesis between several different options to address lots of different angles of the same problem, rather than just one answer. And if one answer is going to solve it, then awesome, go with it. Don't make things more complicated than they need to be. Let's see. Step 6 sounds a little redundant, like put the solution into action. Yeah, I know I need to do it. And failure to act on a solution is the only surefire way to make sure that it definitely won't work. So giving yourself the opportunity to succeed and the opportunity to fail and learn from that situation and go back to the drawing board and pick something that might work better is going to be the best way to move forward out of a situation that's feeling stuck. Step 7 is about not necessarily doing that initial problem solving phase, but it's a critical piece in being able to make sure that you hit your target, which is trying things out and then setting a time to circle back and say, what was my original goal? Is it still my goal? And did that solution help with it? We're not going to go forever on something that feels horrible just because it's the solution that we thought should work. This is about trying again and again and again. And I tried so hard for this to find a picture that used to hang in the Catholic Charities office at the Children and Youth Building of, I think it was Thomas Edison. And it said on the 10,000th try, there was light. And problem solving is not about getting it right the first time. It's about continuing to work until you get it right. Some patients need more coaching on that than others, and perfectionism can be a huge barrier to the problem solving skill for that reason. All right, handout 13. We've got a 2-page review of opposite action and problem solving, as well as situations where the emotion fits the facts. This is a really helpful review. And it can be interesting to look for each emotion at what the different actions look like. It can also be a cheat sheet for carrying out each of the skills if you don't want to dredge through all the information in opposite action or acting on an emotion. It's not meant to be an end all and be all of everything. It's more of an overview. All right, we are moving on to the next section. I think we have this section and one more before we're done for today. So we are working on reducing vulnerability to emotion mind. And this is going to cover handouts 14 through 20B. Handout 14 is not a starred handout. It's not a necessary handout and can be a helpful handout if people want something in front of them as you are orienting them to the section and talking about things that sometimes people like to have a visual for. So this is also going to be the introduction for another DBT acronym. DBT loves acronyms. There's a lot of them in DBT. And the please skill in particular is an acronym that I use a lot. ABC please is going to outline all of the skills in reducing vulnerabilities. Don't need to spend a ton of time on this handout. It's a time for talking points and orientation, and that's about it. It is a helpful time to orient your patients that skills for accumulating positive emotions, both short and long term, and for building mastery are necessary components to building a meaningful life that you want to be present for. Life doesn't have a lot of meaning without goals and values and enjoyable things in it. The cope ahead and please skills are really necessary in order to address and potentially prevent vulnerability factors for emotion mind. So cope ahead in particular is very helpful for situations where we're feeling anxious or angry. And the please skill is about self-care and being able to address that as a vulnerability factor. Handout 15, accumulating positive emotions in the short term. Important to orient your patients here that emotions don't just happen. They don't appear out of the clear blue sky. They are very much connected to the practices that we build into our lives and the experiences that we have as a result of what either happens to us without our input on, or what we purposefully engage in, which can feel a little bit better sometimes. Interesting example that I wanted to use here. I know I've been referencing the Brené Brown podcasts quite a bit and her books. And I think there was a question in the Q&A about her podcasts and her books. So I'm referring specifically here to her podcasts called Unlocking Us and Dare to Lead. Unlocking Us is more of a generalized for everybody type of thing. Dare to Lead is more leadership oriented. And I wish I could tell you which podcast it came from. I can't recall at the moment. But she did talk about this concept that came out in the data as she was doing some of her research, that we typically assume that gratitude is something that we feel when we feel joy. And in fact, what actually happens is that there's a very different interaction between joy and gratitude than what we typically assume. And that joy is actually something that is prompted when we practice gratitude rather than the other way around. So the example here is gratitude doesn't have to look like, I'm going to write a thank you note to somebody. Gratitude might look like just acknowledging in my head, oh my gosh, I am so thankful for the sun shining today. It feels amazing. And acknowledging that prompts the joy that I feel as an emotion. So the practices that we have, and the more aware we can be of the practices that we have, absolutely impact the types of emotions that we experience. Short-term positive experiences are a really necessary part of being able to keep up our emotional reserves and be able to continue with motivation as we work towards some of our longer term goals that may have a more distant payoff. Short-term positive experiences are necessary to build into our lives on a daily basis. I'm going to repeat that, on a daily basis, because when we have days where we don't take the time to acknowledge, like, oh my gosh, it feels so good that the sun's shining, or I'm really enjoying my walk with my dog, or I really liked spending time with my son this morning, we fall short on those positive emotions very easily. And there is no shortage of prompting events for negative emotions when we start looking around. So this is an important practice as we move forward, and a hugely important practice for patients who might be depressed, who might have very few opportunities in their lives to feel good about things. So the first box, actually, I'm going to back up for a second and say, as important as short-term positive events are, they also don't do a lot for building meaning and purpose into our lives. Someone might really enjoy playing video games or games on their phone, and they might take the time to acknowledge how much they enjoy it. And it also might not do a whole lot to make them feel like they're working towards something meaningful, or they're doing something that lines up with their values. So both those short-term positive events and the longer-term work towards values that we're going to be talking about in a little bit are very important. So back to handout 15, our first box is a pretty straightforward read and review. And I guess my only comment here is to orient your patients that the term avoiding is used a lot in DBT. And I personally rather like it. I think it's a little tongue-in-cheek. And some people don't get it. It may be helpful to orient your patients that avoiding just means do something. It means stop avoiding things and just jump in. For the last two boxes, they're really more focused on integrating mindfulness skills into their experiences of short-term positive events, because just doing them, just going through the motions isn't typically enough to prompt positive emotions. There needs to be engagement in them, and there needs to be presence with them, and there needs to be acknowledgement that they're happening and of the impact that they have on us. Keep in mind when it says be unmindful of worries, that when we're asked not to do something, sometimes that is all that we think about. And an example I use all the time with my patients is don't think of the color green. And what's the first thing that pops into your mind? But if I tell you to think of white with pink polka dots, what do you think of? Probably not the color green so much, except for the fact that I just said it. So the idea is to replace the things that you don't want with things that you do want, and then focus on those things that you do want with all of your attention. when we are practicing being mindful of things that we do want and things that we want to stay away from, it is important to provide some additional coaching that gentle and kind redirection back to where they want to be focusing again and again and again is really important. Because someone tries it and they have intrusive thoughts, or they can't get distracted by other things or by the environment, doesn't mean that they're doing it wrong. It means they're human. And it means that they need more practice with being aware of times that that distraction is happening, and then redirecting back toward where they want to be focused. Handout 16 is the pleasant events list. And I love this list especially for my patients who claim that there is nothing positive that they can do. They can't think of one single thing that they can do that would be positive. This is 225 ideas that they can try. Now, that said, not all of these are going to be things that they're going to connect with and that they're going to be super excited about. And that's okay, because out of 225 items, if they can find 3 that work for them, then that's success. So keep that in mind as you're teaching them and as you're coaching them. Can be really helpful as you're going over this to review these out loud. There's a lot of them, and my experience has been that when I assign for patients to read this on their own, that they look at it and go, that's a lot of things, and they don't read it. So if time allows, I really like to go around the circle in a group and have each person read one, and we just go all the way through it. You can pick 20 of them to read. You can do a lot of different things with it, but I like to read them out loud. And I like to encourage people to check off ones that they've tried that have been helpful and things that they'd like to try. Set intentions with this. So homework for this might look like pick 3 things from this list and do each of them once over the next week. Or pick one thing that you can agree to do every day over the next week. This can also be a really helpful place to talk with patients more about gratitude practice and what that might look like. I really enjoy the mindfulness activity of giving them a piece of paper that at the top says, today I am grateful for. And then giving them 5 minutes to write down all of the things they can think of that they're grateful for. Gratitude practice doesn't have to look like that. And there's no right or wrong way to do it. It doesn't have to be that you're grateful for certain relationships or for a job or for whatever, if those aren't things that you're feeling grateful for. It can be, I'm grateful that I had a clean shirt to put on today and I didn't have to go fishing in the laundry for a shirt. It can be, I'm grateful that the shoes that I'm wearing today are not hurting my feet right now. It can be anything. But starting to build a gratitude practice and the mindful awareness of acknowledging things that you're grateful for is hugely important. Moving on to handout 17, accumulating positive emotions in the long term. So I'm going to try my best to move around my video so I can read all of this, because there's a lot here. So we want to introduce patients to begin with that values are beliefs we have about what's important and how to interact with the world. They are typically conceptual in nature, a little bit abstract, and they frequently apply across situations. And different people may or may not have similar values, and their priorities might be entirely different even if they have all of the same values. There is no right or wrong answer when it comes to values. And I know this is also something that, especially for patients who have very strong beliefs, especially if they're grounded in religion or very strong personal beliefs, this is an area where you may get a lot of pushback. Well, what do you mean there's no right or wrong answer to values? And the answer is, like, is there any right or wrong religion? Some people believe so, and there are many religions in this world. So the idea here is that different people have different perspectives for different reasons, and we acknowledge that. This is not about preaching what their values should or shouldn't be. This is about uncovering and unpacking what their values actually are. Goals or benchmarks are things that we set for ourselves to make sure that we are making progress down that path towards our values. And not that values are anything that we can ever actually achieve. They're more of a guiding star, but we want to make sure that we're on track to stay in line with that guiding star and that we're not off in the weeds somewhere. So when we're setting goals, especially long-term goals, we want to make sure that those goals are things that line up with our values and things that are achievable. They're things down here on earth that we can put our hands on and see and observe and touch. We want them to be measurable. So this can be a great tie-in to treatment planning for those of you who treatment plan. I don't know about you, but I have a huge number of patients who are really resistant to treatment planning, and I was with them for a long time, and I'm not anymore. I actually love treatment planning because it's a great time to look at where have we been, where are we going, and are we staying on track with what we thought we wanted to work on, or is there something else that might be more important now? So making sure that we've got measurable benchmarks for that is really helpful. Step one in accumulating positive emotions in the long term identifies that developing meaning in our lives is not something that just magically happens. It doesn't drop into our lives or pop into our brains. It's something that takes effort and practice. It's something that takes intention and awareness. Step two may or may not take a while. Step two is identifying values that are important to you, not you, the therapist, but you, the patient. This is a really important step, especially for people who might not have spent a lot of time reflecting on their values and what's important to them. Not everyone has spent a huge amount of time on this. And this can be a really overwhelming and or daunting task if that's the case, and may take a lot of coaching one-on-one. And that's okay. This is great fodder for individual therapy. Emotion regulation handout 18 provides a pretty decent list of values for patients to review if they're having difficulty coming up with values on their own. It's a pretty systematic review of a lot of values that are important to people. We're going to be talking about handout 18 a little bit more in just a minute. When patients are questioning why we're doing the work on values and why they have to go through the slog fest of trying to figure out what their values are, which, some of them don't even know what they want or what they would need in order to feel okay. So how am I supposed to figure out my values? That's hard. Stop that. Here's why. because values are critical to developing meaning in their lives. And they can be an incredibly important guidepost and guiding star as we are looking to make decisions in the future. So if we want to have a life that feels like it's worth living and a life that we want to be present for, and if we want to have not a crazy time trying to make decisions every time we have to make a decisions, this is a skill that we take the time it takes, so it takes less time to do all the other stuff. Sometimes when coaching patients on values and identifying their values, helping them to identify what they're missing in their lives, what they feel is missing, or what they think would need to be present in order to feel more worthwhile, in order to feel purpose in their lives, can be a really important reflection. Encourage your patients to pick something simple to work on as they're learning this skill, and then try applying it to more complex situations. So the idea is to be able to apply this to, like, brass tacks. What are the problems right now, and how do my values impact it? And if we're learning this and we really don't know what our values are to start with, and we're trying to tackle our biggest problems, that can feel completely overwhelming. When we're using this as something to help with decision making, I really encourage you to have your patients start small. When we are looking at goals, we want to try picking goals that are realistic, achievable, and measurable. And keep in mind, as you are coaching your patients, and orient them to this as well, that it can be really easy to lose motivation for addressing long-term goals and living out their values if it's all a total slogfest and their progress is really slow. So building in the opportunity for things that you think they can achieve fairly easily, and making sure to reinforce and celebrate those achievements is a really important part of this. Not in a patronizing type of a way, but in a, you didn't think you could do this, and look what you just did. Do you realize that that's what you just did type of a way? Handout 18 is the values and priorities list that I reference. It's organized into categories, but some of the items under each category might be a little different from the category head itself. And it's very possible to identify with some of the smaller values, the numbered values, but not the overall topic as a whole. I really encourage patients to spend some time reviewing the list and adding in some of their own values if they don't see them listed. I promise you, this is not anywhere near an exhaustive list of possible values and priorities. It is also really common for patients to look at this list and check off everything on the list, or 25 items, and say, okay, so how does this affect me if I have all these values? So we also want to provide some coaching once they can identify what their values are, for them to help pare down what are their top 3 values, or 2, which can be a really hard practice, and something that's going to be really important in guiding decision making moving forward. Looking at the ones that are the biggest priority right now as they relate to their current experiences can be a really helpful approach to this as well. I personally use an alternate activity to this handout. I provide this handout in group, and I don't like this list as much as the list that Brene Brown has in her Dare to Lead book. There is a whole chapter on identifying and getting clear about your values in that book, which is a fantastic practice. And it provides some really clear coaching on how to do that. And there is one page that lists, I think, 3 or 4 columns of one-word values. And I've gotten a lot of feedback from my patients that that list is a lot more user-friendly for them than the one in the handout here. And I think both can serve different purposes. All right, we are moving on to building mastery and coping ahead. Emotion regulation, handout 19. So, building mastery. I guess I just want to orient you guys that this handout, I think this is the only one in DBT that includes 2 really separate skills on the same page. I don't know why that is. And that's how she did it. So these are very separate skills and both are important. Before you teach the build mastery skill, and the skills training manual provides some coaching on this, it can be really helpful to provide a diagram, to draw a diagram similar to the one that I have here. This is one that I just did on my computer. And we've got a box in the middle that is the comfort zone. This is the area in which we are totally comfortable doing what we're doing. You know, I'm in my comfort zone when I'm at home cooking dinner for my family. I'm in my comfort zone most of the time when I'm out walking my dog. I'm in my comfort zone when I'm in a session where no one's in acute crisis. That's my comfort zone. We all, outside of our comfort zone, have a difficult but possible zone, or a challenging but possible zone. And this is the zone where it's going to take us outside of our comfort zone and is something that's still achievable. It's not all the way out here in the difficult and impossible zone. So difficult but possible for me is I'm doing these trainings. I was not trained to be a trainer, and it's a challenge, and I'm doing it. And sometimes I'm flubbing up, and that's okay. I'm doing it, and I'm learning from it. And it is possible. I don't think it's impossible for me to do this, because I've taught a lot of skills over the years. Difficult and impossible are things that there is no chance in this world that it's going to happen. And if we set out with this zone as a goal, we are likely to be sorely disappointed. So in regards to this model, build mastery is about being aware of finding a balance between comfort zone and the difficult but possible zone. Because every time we do something in the difficult but possible zone and we succeed at it, first of all, we get a great little dopamine hit and we feel great about it and go, yeah, I did that. I got it done. It feels great. And it actually helps to grow our comfort zone. Because I do have to say that while I was still anxious about today's training, I was a lot less anxious about today's training than I was about the first one. So my comfort zone grew a little bit after doing the first training. We want to shoot to be doing something every day that is difficult but possible, in order to feel like we are making progress towards something meaningful, towards our goals. Now, that said, some of you may work with patients for whom their entire lives are difficult but possible. And some of it might be difficult and impossible. And in that case, the work that they might need to do might look very different. We certainly want to build in difficult but possible things that are going to start turning them toward things that they want to have in their lives and not just things that are difficult that they don't want in their lives. We also want to make sure that they are building in time to be in their comfort zones. Because if we spend all of our time in difficult but possible, that is exhausting. We need time to recover from that. And it is unrealistic to expect someone who spends the majority of their time in difficult but possible to do a lot more in that zone and not totally burn out. That said, we always want to be setting people up for success as much as possible. We want to be aware of things that are definitely in the difficult and impossible zone. And we want to be coaching people to not set those as goals. Like the Olympics is going on right now. I love riding horses. I love jumping horses. I love watching show jumping and 3-day eventing and dressage at the Olympics. And given the trajectory of my life, riding in the Olympics for me is difficult and impossible at this point in time. If I had made very different decisions earlier in my life, who knows? But as a full-time therapist and mom, that is not going to happen. That is not something that I'm ever going to feel good about by trying to achieve. I'm just going to bang my head against the wall. For people who are very highly fearful and avoidant, it can also be helpful to start by finding things that are very close to the comfort zone, but not too far out. So we don't want to get in the outer reaches of difficult but possible as we're starting work with these people on building mastery. We want to make sure that we're finding things closer to the comfort zone to start with. Over time, as we do more and more things in the difficult but possible zone, not only does it expand our comfort zone, but it also expands the difficult but possible zone. It can grow in to include things that were previously impossible. I'm going to leave off with that for now because we have a break. And I want to take just a minute. It looks like we've got one question that's come up. Actually, just feedback from the mindfulness earlier, which I appreciate. And I want to take a minute for the Q&A. So if anybody has questions that you want addressed from any of the skills we've covered thus far, please feel free to put them in or to raise your hand for discussion. And the feedback that we got from the mindfulness earlier was sometimes I find anxiety can come to the surface when asked to notice specific body sensations. Thank you so much for this feedback because you're reminding me to give really important information around specifically the practice of body scan or anything that brings our awareness to our bodies, which is that not everyone loves being present with what's going on inside their bodies all the time. Sometimes it's painful. Sometimes it's embarrassing, sometimes it's uncomfortable, and we get really good at learning to avoid being present with those things. For people for whom that increases anxiety, I like to encourage an approach and retreat approach to this, where you talk with them about how long they think they could tolerate being present with that. And you want to encourage practice to begin with that is just slightly shorter than how long they think they could tolerate. And over time, we're going to look to build up the amount of time that they're practicing. And the hope being that over time, it will also decrease the anxiety level from reflecting on those body sensations. And that said, it is really normal for a lot of people to experience anxiety when they start reflecting on things that they don't normally reflect on. We've got about 5 minutes before we need to go on break. Erin, were there any other questions in the Q&A from before?
No, I figured out the month of answer already.
Perfect. So I also want to provide some feedback that, again, to expand on the questions about the information from Brene Brown. Her podcasts are available on Spotify. I don't know if they're available on other platforms as well, but that's where I find them. She has a number of books out right now. Books in particular that I really, really have enjoyed are The Gifts of Imperfection and Dare to Lead. I've got all of her books. I don't have them with me today to rattle off all the titles, but a quick search on Amazon for her books. It's Brene and Brown like the color. Will give you a list of her titles, and all of them are pretty fantastic. I will encourage you to be aware as you look to share some of that information with your patients that some of the stuff that she talks about is intense. It's hard. It deals with emotions like shame and feelings of vulnerability that most of us try to avoid on a regular basis, and can be a lot like what one of my patients described as a truth bomb, which kind of makes your head explode. So I encourage you to check out the information before you recommend that your patients go and read or listen, and make sure that you're really aware of who you're recommending it to and whether or not they're in a place where it might be a trigger for them. Back up with the Cope Ahead skill, emotion regulation, handout 19 at the bottom. So Cope Ahead is something that I use with my patients all the time. This is another one of those good skills to use, even if you're not teaching a lot of other skills ahead of time or teaching this in context. This is something that can be really helpful in situations where someone can anticipate a difficult or worrisome situation ahead of time, and they're worried about it and they're not sure what to do. So Cope Ahead is a skill that is based on the principle of imaginal exposure. And imaginal exposure is the idea that the emotional parts of our brains can't discriminate between what's actually happening, what's input from our 5 senses, and what's input from the rational part of our brain that's telling it a story. So the emotional part of our brain is going to experience both as the same, which is actually awesome when we want to have the opportunity to do some exposure therapy in ways that are unlikely to have serious consequences, because we can imagine in our heads what it would feel like and what it would be like to do those things, and we can get the benefits of decreased anxiety from doing so over time. And we don't have the risks of actually following through with those behaviors yet. And the more we practice these skills, even if our anxiety's gone down, the more skillful we get at using them, which makes us more effective when the situation actually comes up. So, Cope Ahead is the idea of not only acknowledging the worry that we're having, but seeing it through to the other side, where we can envision how we would cope as skillfully and effectively as possible with that situation if it were to happen. It's not saying it's definitely going to happen. It's not saying we want it to happen. It's saying if it did happen, how could we get through that situation as skillfully and effectively as possible? The issue with imaginal exposure, to go back to that idea for a moment, is that while it can be incredibly helpful for practicing skills ahead of time and being able to thank you so much, being able to build mastery with the skills that we're practicing and decrease anxiety, it also works against us in that if we are constantly worried about something and obsessing about how horrible it might be if that thing happens, the emotional part of our brain doesn't discriminate that that thing hasn't happened. It just hears input from the rational parts of our brain that this could happen and assumes that it's happening. So it also increases our anxiety when we just think about the things that we're worried about and don't think of how to deal with them skillfully. So we want to use our powers for good, which is something I like to say to my patients, especially for interpersonal effectiveness skills, which we're going to be getting to next time. But in this case as well, we want to use our powers for good because we want to make sure that our imaginal exposure is something that's going to be helpful to us and something that's not actually going to build our anxiety by just focusing on the thing that we're worried about and moving past it to how we can get through it effectively. So that said, as I've mentioned before, it is a form of exposure therapy. And exposure therapy can be really destabilizing if it is done too intensely or for too long a period of time, or at a time when patients aren't ready for it. We want to make sure to use an approach and retreat strategy with Cope Ahead and only work on things for the amount of time that our patients can tolerate, and make sure that we're limiting and encouraging our patients to limit the amount of time that we're working on things or the number of situations that we're coping ahead with as we're using this skill. I've experienced with a number of patients who have obsessive thoughts that opening the door to Cope Ahead is like sending them down the rabbit hole of, well, these are the 3,572 things that I'm worried about, and now I'm just going to be thinking about them nonstop for the rest of the week. Thank you very much. So the idea that we want to put out there with this is to recognize that that is a possibility and to encourage people to set ahead of time some expectations for themselves of how long is realistic to spend on Cope Ahead. And or how many situations do you feel capable of addressing with Cope Ahead right now, today? And if there are other things that you want to do, set a time to do it in the future and make sure that you come back to it. But make sure that you use distraction and or your distress tolerance skills otherwise, or at a minimum, redirect your attention to something else that's going to take up your focus once you get to that time limit or that allotted number of situations. So let's see, moving on to the please skill. This is another frequent flyer that I teach a lot to patients in more of a piecemeal style and is a really important part of the standard curriculum for DBT as well. So our skills for self-care are going to be referred to by the acronym PLEASE. For the longest time, I couldn't for the life of me remember what PLEASE stood for as an acronym. And I could at least remember that it stood for self-care. So at least having that idea and that label for this skill can be really helpful. And I will say that there are labels for all of the DBT skills because being able to label things makes them a lot more accessible. Being able to have words for them allows us to more easily recall them and use them when we need them. So the please skill is going to address our short-term vulnerabilities for negative emotion and can be a really helpful checklist for your patients as well as for yourself in terms of having an inventory for potential contributing factors for emotional vulnerability when things start going south. Because, we can shoot in the dark all day long, guessing at things that might be contributing, and being able to have a concise checklist to go through and say, am I doing this? Am I doing this? Am I doing this? Is this an issue? Can make a really huge difference with us in terms of effectiveness and in terms of time spent. Important to acknowledge that not all of these items are going to be directly under our control all of the time. There may be nights where, try as I might, I cannot sleep very well. And I might use all of the skills available to me to make sure I get a good night's sleep, and I'm still not sleeping, or I'm sleeping restlessly. And that part may not be under our control all of the time. Chances are that there's going to be at least one thing on this list that is under your control. And being able to find something that you have agency over can make a difference in terms of just how you feel about the situation and your general mood moving forward. So we want to improve the things that we can. We also want to acknowledge and create space and have compassion for the things that can't be changed. This kind of goes back to that serenity prayer. We want to accept the things that we cannot change, have the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So acknowledging and creating space for those things that can't be changed sometimes looks like, check your expectations. What am I capable of achieving today if I didn't get a good night's sleep? Is everything on my agenda something that's reasonable for me to expect of myself? Or is it possible to tone some of these things down because I know I didn't sleep well? It may also look like being kind and gentle with yourself and not beating yourself up when you know that you're sick. And because you're sick, everything's harder. And beating yourself up for that is not going to help. It's actually going to make the situation worse. So with the please skill, we want to make sure that we're addressing physical illness and pain, which is the PL. And this is a wacky acronym. I get it. I say that to my patients in the way that I just said it to you. The way she came up with this acronym, I have no idea, but it works. So physical illness and pain. We're going to make sure that we're balancing eating. We want to make sure that when we're balancing our eating, that we're having protein in our diets. Protein is going to fuel our brains. We want to make sure that we're not eating foods. It talks about emotional foods. So in this case, sometimes that can look like eating lots of candy or carbs or, cookies or pasta. I know all of those are carbs. I'm being redundant. And those are all things that can lead to a sugar spike and a crash. That crash can really contribute to emotional vulnerability. So we also want to make sure, I don't know about you, but I have a number of patients who seem to think it's a great idea to only eat one meal a day. And this can be a really challenging habit to address and a really important one, because if they're having that sugar spike from eating once a day and then their body is conserving energy throughout the day, they're going to be exhausted. And it's going to be harder to do things that normally wouldn't be as difficult. We're being aware of the effects of mood altering substances, staying away from drugs, using alcohol in moderation, if at all. And, this is where a lot of times I like to reference the expert trainings with my patients and the little charts that I got from doing those trainings, which I find incredibly helpful, where it talks about what level of alcohol use is considered to be risky or problematic for different populations. And then we talk about the fact that these are levels of alcohol use that are risky and problematic for people who don't have underlying conditions, who don't have underlying medical or mental health issues. And with those underlying conditions, the guidelines might be for even less use. We want to balance sleep. We don't want to get too much. We don't want to get too little. We want to make sure that we're not napping in the day and staying up all night long and then not being able to function the next morning. We also want to make sure that there is some sort of exercise going on, not for the purpose of, being physically fit and strong, which is great. That's a great goal if that's your patient's goal. And as living human beings, we all have a need for exercise, whether that looks like going for a walk or taking a run or lifting weights or doing something that's going to give you physical movement on both sides of your body and raise your heart rate, which I know we talked about in distress tolerance during our last training. So making sure that there's some sort of exercise every day and building up to at least 20 minutes a day if possible. So that's the please skills. Handouts 20A and 20B are not standard DBT curriculum material, and they are important enough that I wanted to include them. I do frequently teach the nightmare protocol for patients who have issues with nightmares. Unless everyone in my group has nightmare issues, I'm going to keep this more for individual therapy. This is a really cool protocol because it gives them options for behaviorally addressing nightmares and feeling some sense of agency over something that can feel pretty helpless otherwise. This protocol is going to be most helpful for recurrent nightmares, but can also be helpful with decreasing nightmares in general that are all related to the same types of emotions that are being processed. So this is also, again, based on the principle of imaginal exposure that we discussed earlier, as well as some liberal use of relaxation and grounding strategies. Step 3, writing down your target nightmare can be really overwhelming to the point where it's just too much for some people, especially if the nightmare is trauma related, and it is not necessary in order to benefit from this skill. If it would be helpful to the person that you're working with or even to you, then by all means, give it a try. And it is not absolutely necessary. So when we're talking about choosing changed outcomes for the nightmare, I get a lot of pushback on this from patients, and it's really helpful to remind them that nightmares are things that happen in our brains. They are not things that happen in real life. And sometimes super weird things happen in nightmares. Like somebody turns into an entirely different person, or I'm in one place and then I'm in another place. And this stuff happens all the time when we dream. The idea here when we change the outcome of the nightmare is to pick an outcome that feels good and safe before the scary stuff happens. And that in order for that to happen, we can do that in as weird and bizarre a way as we want to. We can assume superpowers. We can suddenly be able to fly out of the situation. We can change into someone else or something else, or our surroundings can completely change. And that's where I get a lot of pushback with this skill, And reminding patients this is not about what actually happens in real life. This is about what happens in your dreams, and your dreams are weird to begin with. So long as it's something that you can buy into and feel like if that were to happen in this dream, I would feel a-okay with that. That is our goal. And the idea here is to make a routine and rehearse before you go to sleep, sometimes during the day when you're not getting ready to go to sleep, and to make sure to use grounding strategies, the 5 senses, paced breathing, body scan, whatever they find most grounding and soothing, and to use those grounding strategies both before and after use of the nightmare protocol, so that that changed dream becomes associated with those feelings of calm and peace. I encourage you to give it a try. I'd be interested in any feedback you get from your patients around that. I have had some good luck with that with some people, not so much with others. So it really varies patient to patient. 20B is the sleep hygiene protocol. And this is something that I actually do try to teach in group to add into the standard curriculum, because this is helpful to most people. So you can hand it out to patients if you don't have time to review it in your skills training session. And it is important enough, and most people have issues with this in some way, shape, or form at some point in their lives, to make it worthwhile to review in a group setting. So the first section is going to address behavioral factors that can influence the quality and onset of our sleep. Spoiler alert, a lot of patients are not okay with making changes in this area. Many of us get really protective around what our habits are around sleep and can be really resistant to changing those habits. The idea is not to hammer on your patients and to should them into submission. The idea here is to get commitment to work on something and to start there, and then to shape more and more healthy behaviors as time goes on. You also, in that area, can work on addressing willfulness when you recognize it, and ask people, are you feeling willful around this? I'm noticing that you're feeling that you're making statements that sound resistant. Are you feeling willful, and is that something you'd be willing to work on? Being able to give them information on consequences of not changing their sleep habits into healthier habits can also be important. Not for the purpose of, again, beating them into submission, but for the purpose of recognizing, like, do you want better sleep? Is that a goal of yours? Because doing the same thing over and over again is probably not going to get a different result. So the second section is a pretty straightforward section. The key point here is to emphasize the importance of getting out of bed if you've been there for more than an hour and can't fall asleep, so that your body doesn't start to associate being in bed with a place to be awake. We want to build associations for our bodies that bed is a cue for sleep. It's a very behavioral approach to things, and it is something that is a factor. It's not the only factor, it is an important one. In the last section, the cold water tip skill is suggested. I don't know if anyone else is surprised by this. Tried it for sleep, and surprisingly enough, as aversive as that idea sounds, when you want to go to sleep, it actually does help, because it lowers your heart rate, it lowers your blood pressure, it slows your thoughts, it gives you that kind of dreamy feeling that you get when you get out of a really cold body of water when you've been swimming. And it's a lot easier to rest at that point. When we talk about rumination and its impact on sleep, important to orient patients that rumination typically comes about as our rational brain's attempt to avoid being present with or change unwanted emotions. It is our rational brain yelling at our emotional brain to cut it out. If this were possible, if this happened, maybe we wouldn't feel this way. Not exactly how things work. So sometimes being able to just identify, what am I feeling right now? And spend some time with noticing the body sensations that go with that emotion and tolerating that can help to cut down on the ruminations and allow you more room and space for sleep. All right, we've made it to the last section. These are skills for handling and managing really difficult emotions. These are not just your run-of-the-mill difficult emotions. These are like the ones that are way up here. So we're looking at handouts 21 through 25. Handout 21 is not a starred handout and can provide some helpful talking space for the overview here. We've got 3 skill sets that are important for managing intense emotions. They're mindfulness of current emotions, managing extreme emotions, and troubleshooting and review. This is an important pause and remind section to keep in mind that when we're past our skills breakdown point, the skills that are going to be effective are not emotion regulation skills. They are distress tolerance skills. And in particular, they are the distress tolerance crisis survival strategies and or the TIP skills. Use radical acceptance and reality acceptance skills with great caution if anyone is below or above their skills breakdown point, because they may feel the urge, the action urge to whack you for it. Most of us don't want to hear about what reality is when we're just beyond our breaking point. Handout 22, mindfulness of current emotions. So we want to orient our patients to the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is a normal physical experience, physical sensation. That means you're alive and you're a human being. And it is your body's way of signaling to you that something is wrong or needs attention or needs you to slow down. Suffering is the emotion that we feel when we feel pain and we combine that pain with thoughts that are hopeless or helpless. Thoughts like, I shouldn't have to experience this. Why me? This is horrible. I can't do this. I can't get through this. I'm sure you could fill in the blanks for all the other hundreds of thoughts that might go along with that. But pain is a physical sensation. Suffering is the emotion that comes as a result of combining that pain with helpless or hopeless thoughts about it. So I've included, squished at the bottom of this page, my model for the wave of emotions. And it can be helpful to remind your patients about the wave of emotions here. That all emotions start with a prompting event, which is either something in our surroundings or a thought that we have inside our heads that no one else can see. That then builds. It gets to the top where my picture cut off the word climax. which is the highest point that those emotions can get to. And if it is not prompted by another emotion, it will then subside. It will go through the emotional half-life, which is the point at which it has broken down at least 50% in our bodies. And then it will go into the after effects, which are the emotional hangover. They are not new emotions. They are not the same emotion. They're what happens after our emotion. Can be helpful to remind patients here that the time it takes to get from a prompting event up through the climax and back down to the emotional half-life, if an emotion is not re-prompted or re-triggered, is 90 seconds, which is a staggeringly short amount of time. We can tolerate just about anything for 90 seconds. And when we experience our emotions for longer than that, it is typically because we had an initial prompting event and then we had thoughts about that prompting event. Like, I can't believe that just happened, or I wonder what's going to happen next, or I'm really worried about that. And soon we've got a full crescendo of waves going on and we're up there surfing on the top and we can't see a half-life for miles to come. So that's the wave model of emotions. What I also like to orient patients to is that if we block or numb our emotions, which we do have the power to do through a lot of different things, surfing Facebook for hours on end, or the internet, watching TV for hours, alcohol, some prescription medications, drugs, overeating. When we numb our emotions, it can block the build of the emotion before it gets to the climax. And what happens is we don't feel it, and it builds a whirlpool of those emotions. They can't play themselves all the way out and eventually go away. They stay there spinning around in the background, kind of like that annoying program in the back of your phone that takes up all your battery power and you can't figure out why your phone keeps having to be charged so often. That's what numbing emotions does to us. And over time, we have to numb more and more and more, because that first whirlpool is now added to this next situation that I'm numbing and the next situation that I'm numbing. And pretty soon I start losing the ability to numb out everything and things start spilling out all over the place. So being aware of this and orienting our patients to these ideas can provide a really helpful foundation for working on this skill, because I promise you, this is not a favorite skill of most people. The first box is pretty straightforward. Gives a lot of really understandable ideas. Not easy to practice by any means, but understandable. For skills in the second box, noticing physical sensations with curiosity and describing them as objectively as possible can be helpful when it says to experience the sensations as fully as you can. For patients who have difficulty tolerating presence with physical sensations, either it panics them, it prompts strong anxiety. For some people, they have extremely strong reactions. I have had patients in the past who have had pseudo seizure-like reactions to being present with their emotions if they were too intense. So this is a real thing. We want to be using an approach and retreat strategy. Our goal is never to push someone to the point of fear or to push them past their skills breakdown point. So encourage people to just notice, and not physically, but mentally poke each part of their body and retreat, or bring their breath in on an inhale to the part of their body where they're feeling their emotions, and then retreat to not being aware of them again when they exhale. Remind your patients that emotions can be painful and intolerable. And box 3 is not intended to invalidate or minimize those things. It is intended to remind you that emotions are not behaviors. And to review from the last training, behaviors are the things that can damage relationships, that can physically harm us, that can kill us. So that distinction is a really, really important one. If the idea of loving a painful emotion is something that feels too far gone, too hippy-dippy to the people that you are working with, try encouraging them to loving the function of that emotion rather than the emotion itself. Because like, I don't love being really sad. I don't love being angry. I can appreciate that those emotions are serving a purpose, and I can respect that. And I can then do appropriate things with those emotions rather than should myself out of having them to begin with, or acknowledging that I have them. And rather than belittling myself or thinking there's something wrong with me for having them. So, example that I give a lot with this is sadness and grief. That is rarely something that people enjoy. And that's something that all of us have experienced with the pandemic, whether we've lost loved ones or not, because there's been a grieving of the loss of personal contact and, normal interactions that we would have had pre-pandemic. Sadness is really uncomfortable. It's hard to sit with. And sadness is an alert that our body is giving us that the things that we've lost were important to us. And what I like to say to the people that I work with who are grieving and having a hard time being present with their grief is that that grief is a signal to them of how important that person was. And if they weren't grieving, I'd be a little worried if that was someone that really was important to them. Also a great opportunity to encourage radical self-love in regards to difficult emotions. And I know that's a skill we talked about in the last training. That is not a DBT skill. It's not even a non-standard DBT skill. It's not, you will not find it in the manual. That is a skill that came from me listening to a podcast. I think that was from the Unlocking Us podcast, where Brene Brown interviewed Sonia Renee Taylor, who wrote the book, The Body is Not an Apology. And she had some really interesting things to say about radical self-love. So that's the idea of being kind to yourself, treating yourself in the way that you would want a loving parent or caregiver to treat you, and letting yourself know that, like, this is really tough and you've done this before and you can get through this. That it's not about taking that pain away. It's about providing encouragement that you have the resources to get through it. So, just making a quick note of where we are at. We got 3 or 4 more slides. I think we're in good shape. Although that's always the kiss of death when I say that. So we'll find out. Handout 23, managing extreme emotions. So first step in managing extreme emotions is being able to recognize the skills breakdown point. And I have a picture of a road here because I love using the metaphor of a road to illustrate this. And this is something that I took from several trainings that I have taken on trauma treatment. And it's a metaphor that I think fits really well with the DBT model, which is that we all have a zone of tolerance. And that zone of tolerance is being on the road. We're driving down the road, but this is a one-way road because life goes in one direction, right? And the left lane's going to move a little faster and the right lane's going to move a little slower, and they both go in the same direction and move forward. So as long as we are on that road, we're doing okay and we're moving forward. We can use skills. We can be effective. On either side of the road, we got a rumble strip. And the rumble strip is our skills breakdown point. And the skills breakdown point is the point at which you are unable to think of appropriate skills to use, or if you can think of skills to use, you can't carry them out effectively, or if you do carry them out step by step, they're still not going to help. The skills breakdown point is not when you drive clear over the rumble strip and now you're in the pond next to the road, which is maybe the shutdown, meltdown, or outburst area. It is not being in the ditch on the side of the road. It's the rumble strip. It's there for you to pay attention that things are not right. You're not on the road where you want to be, where things are going to be most effective. So when we reach our skills breakdown point, not just when we're past it, but when we reach our skills breakdown point, our crisis survival strategies from distress tolerance are going to be our go-to skills. That's our tip skills: distract, self-soothe, and improve the moment. When we are past our skills breakdown point, so our car is in a ditch or in the pond or it just knocked over a fence, the tip skills are going to be your go-to skills because those are going to be quick. They're going to be really addressing things physiologically right in the moment. When you're still like, you're on the rumble strip, you're not off of it yet, your other skills might be just as effective. And you want to pick skills that are going to be appropriate for the situation. You don't need to kill a fly with a sledgehammer. So we want to also encourage our patients as they're doing this to notice their own subjective units of distress, their SUDS level. This is a scale that's used in a lot of different types of exposure therapies and anxiety treatment, in trauma treatment. And this is typically a scale from 0 to 100, with 0 being, I'm totally at peace, things are great, things are fine, and 100 being the most distressed you could ever imagine being. And when they are ready to tolerate it, because it can be distressing to even come up with their own personalized SUDS scale, but when they are ready to tolerate it and they've got the skills to tolerate it, I even like to take time with my patients to create their own calibrated SUDS scale because it can make it much more real for them. So I'm going to ask them, when's a time in your life when you've been at a 0? And we're going to write that down on a little timeline or SUDS line. And we're going to talk about the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that they had when they were at that time. And where were you at 100? What was your most distressing experience, which can be a trigger? And we don't want to be looking for re-traumatization, which is why I say make sure your patients are ready with appropriate distress tolerance skills and they're not actively in crisis while you're doing this. But same thing for 100. What did that look like? What were the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that went with that? And then pick some points in between and identify what those looked like and what level of SUDS they would identify with each of those points. The more you can encourage your patients to check in with themselves regularly and make it a habit of checking in and saying, where am I on my SUDS scale right now? right now in this moment? And where is my skills breakdown point on that SUD scale? And how close am I in proximity to that skills breakdown point? Because when we notice that we're starting to approach it, but we're not there yet, that's going to be our most effective time for use of distress tolerance skills to prevent the skills breakdown from even happening. And when we can bring it down first, we can jump right away into emotion regulation skills, check the facts, problem solving, opposite action. If we wait until we get onto the rumble strip, then we got a lot more work to do before we can actually get back to emotion regulation. Once we use those crisis survival strategies to bring things down, we want to make a habit of checking in with them and saying, where are you at now? And are you in a place where we can go back to the emotion regulation skills and help to make things different in the long run? So handout 24, we're getting real close, guys. Please be putting in any questions that you have. We will be doing a Q&A in about 5 minutes to wrap up the last 10 minutes of our session. And please use the raise your hand if you have anything that you would like to discuss in our Q&A session as well. I will absolutely do my best to go to everyone that gets a chance to raise their hand. So troubleshooting emotion regulation skills when what you're doing isn't working, because this is a thing. Emotion regulation skills don't always work the way we hope they will. This is a really nice step-by-step guide. We've got 6 concise steps to go through. Love structure to be able to get back on track when things are really feeling off. We always want to start with our short-term vulnerability factors. So this is where, when I was trained in the intensive training for how to respond to a suicidal patient, when you get a phone call for phone coaching, one of the first things you ask is, have you eaten anything recently? Can you eat something right now if you haven't? Because having low blood sugar can drastically impact our current mood, as well as our ability to effectively problem solve. So step 2 is important. Step 2 is check your skills, because sometimes we think that things should just feel better before we try anything to make it better. And then we're surprised when it doesn't feel better. Like, I waited 10 minutes, it's not better yet. So this is a reminder that sometimes we have to do work for things to get better. And this is where, when I orient my patients to phone coaching, I let them know that I have the expectation that they try skills before they call me. I don't care if they don't think the skills are working. I want them to try something. And then I want them to talk with me about what they tried when they do call. So this is also an important reminder that sometimes we have ideas in our heads of what we think the skills are, like check the facts. What are the facts? I checked the facts. Did you do all 6 steps of check the facts? Or at least steps 1 through 3 and then step 6 at a minimum. Step 3 here for troubleshooting addresses the importance of identifying ways that our environments might be reinforcing intense emotions and making it difficult for us to change those emotions, so that we can figure out what to do about it, if there's anything that we can do about it. Because sometimes we can restructure things in our environments and observe our limits and make different choices so that we're not unknowingly reinforcing unwanted emotions. Step 4, again, is a reminder that a quick sweep with basic skills sometimes won't cut it, and that we need to put in the time and the effort. And step 5, checking for emotional overload, checking for that skills breakdown point, honestly can be really helpful to address before step 4 if you think there's any chance that that's a factor. because being able to go step by step through each skill when you're past your skills breakdown point is probably not going to happen. And again, keep in mind that encouraging radical acceptance when people are past their skills breakdown point is a little bit of a recipe for disaster sometimes. That is a skill best saved for times when they're stressed, but not past their skills breakdown point. And step 6 is going to encourage awareness that thoughts absolutely can and do interfere with the effectiveness of emotion regulation skills. So going back to the basics of that CBT triangle and saying, what can I leverage here that I haven't tried already? Are there thoughts here going on that might be in the way? I also want to reference that this handout does refer back to that earlier handout, and I'm forgetting the number of it right now, but it does refer back to that earlier handout that identified barriers to emotion regulation. And each of these boxes corresponds with one of those barriers. All right, our last handout for today. Review of skills for emotion regulation. This is a non-starred handout. So for all intents and purposes, you have made it through the emotion regulation module. This is just a really helpful visual representation of how the skills from emotion regulation match up with the model for understanding the cycle of emotions. That there are different skills for each of the spots on that cycle, and they correspond with different parts of that cycle. You do not have to review this handout in detail with your patients unless they're visual learners and they really find this interesting. And it's there if you find that it would be helpful. All right. I want to talk briefly about homework and give you guys one last minute to add in any additional questions that you might have or decide to raise your hand for a little Q&A. Your homework for your next training for part 3 is to pick one set of emotion regulation skills. So either identifying emotions, changing unwanted emotions, reducing vulnerability to emotion mind, or handling difficult emotions, and practice teaching them to your patients. And if you don't have access to patients to teach right now, or it just doesn't fit with what you need to be doing in therapy, try them out on your friends and family. These are skills that can be helpful to anyone. And so long as you have a willing subject, you can get practice with teaching. It also really encourage you to practice them yourself because you will much more effectively teach these skills if you have practice to refer back to. I want to encourage all of you to wrap up your readings with an introduction to DBT skills training in the skills training manual. I know it's a hugely long section and there's a lot of information there, and it's really helpful and important. I also want you to read the teaching notes for the interpersonal effectiveness section in the skills training manual. If you can, at a minimum, read the starred handouts, that would be great. We are also going to be spending a fair amount of time on the behavior change skills, which are somewhere in the 20s for the handouts, I think 20 through 22. So if you get a chance to check those out as well, I would certainly encourage you. And we already did our mindfulness. So that is the end of my slideshow for today. We've got just about 6 or 7 minutes for our Q&A. So first question that I'm going to look at today. Did you do the suicide assessment via phone through the Lenahan group? I want to make sure that I'm answering the correct question here. So this was something that, as a part of my DBT intensive training, we are trained on it's called the LRAMP, the Lenahan, I forget what it stands for, but it's a very structured approach to assessing for suicide risk. And we are also trained very specifically on how to respond to phone coaching and the difference between phone coaching and responding to crisis, which would be more like, I've already cut myself, what do I do? Like, can't prevent that if you've already done it. So the idea here is that there is a very specific protocol through DBT for addressing suicide, either by phone or in person, and for addressing phone coaching, which are kind of two separate things, but very connected. And there is really extensive training on both in the intensive training. Not something I would feel super comfortable teaching myself, because there's just a huge amount of liability in that. And I don't feel that I have the experience with that. I've certainly done it plenty, but not on the regular nature that I would need to be doing it at to teach it. So I would highly encourage that if that's something you're interested in getting more training on, that you check out either the intensive or foundational trainings through DBT at Behavioral Tech. Ooh, nice feedback that Brene Brown's list of values can be found online, and provides a link to her Dare to Lead website and an outline of that. So that's pretty fantastic. Thank you for that. I didn't know that and wasn't aware of this. I've got an additional question, or maybe feedback. It says, this reminds me of the 4 agreements, particularly the one to always do your best. Your best is not always the same depending on how you are feeling. And it is important to acknowledge that this when we are not well as opposed to well. Absolutely. I'm assuming in giving that feedback that you're referring to the skills breakdown point idea and managing difficult emotions. And if you're not, I apologize. And absolutely, what we can do as our best when we're past our skills breakdown point is very different from what we can do at our best when we're below it. Erin, do we have any additional questions from previously that haven't been able to be addressed, or anyone with a hand up to ask questions? Awesome. Very cool. So I want to thank all of you for the efforts that you are making with learning about the DBT skills. This is so needed in our community, and I cannot tell you how incredibly grateful I am that all of you are putting in the time and the effort to learn this and to bring these skills back to your patients, because they can be absolutely transformative and they can really do a lot for people who wouldn't necessarily benefit from traditional types of treatment otherwise. I hope you all have a great next couple of weeks. Good luck with your readings and your homework. And I will look forward to seeing all of you at our next training towards the end of this month.